Hey, Ultra friends, y'all have been real fucking chaotic. So, alright. Sun, I don't know what that meme is. I can tell it is a meme, you said just as much, but I don't know what that is. Kris, the splash screen should have a single non-transparent PNG of Clippy. That's what I just did. And Calzone, that sounds delicious. Artemis, what's going on? That is an excellent question. Hello, Brain. Artemis, no, Brain is not banana, Brain is Gundam. Okay. Aubrey Nancy, I've never seen you before, but welcome to the stream. Yes, today might indeed be the last day we can exist normally on the internet. Metal Wolf, hello, welcome to the stream. You're sad to hear this will be the final stream for the foreseeable future? Yeah, I mean, this Saturday was gonna have to be anyway because I'm going off to college soon, but I have no idea when I'll be back, if ever, on this channel. Twitch should be linked in the description if I did my job right. If these things don't go away, then I will then if I come back, it'll be on Twitch. Yeah, the last Ultra stream. Fallen Knight. Yes, as it looks like Artemis explained. Okay, the finals. Yeah, so the final stream because they're boycotting YouTube for the AI verification policy. Yes. Okay, the policy is just temporary. That's what we're hoping. Like, I'm realistic about this, you know? I don't necessarily believe that. I don't know that this will work. Well, indeed, son. Well, if you gotta go back to work, oof, thanks for stopping by even just for a little bit. Hope I see you again soon. Yeah, Fallen Knight, the policy is just temporary. It's not planned to be, but a lot of us are boycotting YouTube with the plan of... A lot of us are boycotting YouTube with the plan of hoping to force... So you're under 18, you look maybe 14. I look 14 to you? Damn, no, or sound, yeah, that's fair. But yeah, no, I'm 18, but I'm against these policies regardless, and everyone should be. YouTube is trying to take away our basic rights to privacy by tracking us and forcing us to give up our ID just to prove that we're old enough to not be forced into restricted mode. Also, I honestly expected the freaking normal starting soon screen as soon as the stream started, and I got a Clippy jump scare. Yeah, so, Fallen Knight, to once again answer your question, the policy's not necessarily temporary, but we're hoping to force them to, but we're hoping to force them to make it. We're hoping to force them. We're hoping that by everyone leaving and causing them to lose a ton of their revenue and a ton of their traffic, YouTube will be forced to repeal the policies. Sounds like a bullshitty policy. Oh, it is. Oh, it absolutely is. That is why, again, that is why we are leaving. You already gave them your ID so you can post more videos so you're safe. Then you're already not safe, because you've already given them your ID. When is the update? I mean, the policy goes into effect tomorrow. That is their official start date. So, midnight tonight, the stream will be over. Midnight tonight, I at least, and I hope as many of you as possible will join me, will stop using YouTube until we force them to repeal these policies. So, yeah, there's no specific time, like, I assume they're not gonna be rolling it out all at once, like, midnight, tonight, everything goes into effect. Well, honestly, we should do an under error last break race kind of thing to see who can beat all 3 phases first. I'm not gonna win! No, I was trying to link a short to a video today and they asked for ID. Oh god, they've all... Yeah, that's what I was afraid of. And a quick tip before we do, if you even want to do it. Go ahead, give me the tip, but I don't think I'm... Try to skip the text fast. Guess I'm gonna binge the Clone Wars. Yeah, Brain or Gundam, my plan... I mean, first of all, I have a ton of videos downloaded onto this thing. The Setting Sun, my external hard drive. I'm gonna load a ton of music from it onto my phone. I'm gonna load a ton of videos from it onto my phone. And that's how I'm gonna survive the purge. That, combined with, like, you know, I'm just gonna be going off to college soon anyway. I'm probably not gonna be super busy. Hang on. It's been a thing, YouTube... It's been a thing because YouTube limits how much of it... Okay. Alright, someone's message just got hidden. I don't know what it was, but someone's message just got hidden. But yeah, the policy... yeah. Music, what about Spotify? Hate Spotify. I need to actually be able to control what I listen to. So, I've been using YouTube Music for the past few years. It asked me to hide it, but I decided to show it, I think. I don't see it. I saw that it got through onto my feed. I saw that it got through onto, it was just a big lengthy message about the, do you think you made an oopsie? Yeah, maybe, because, again, I don't see the message. It seems to have gotten auto-blocked, and only moderators saw it. Is my mod status gonna be taken away? No, Artemis, your mod status is not gonna be taken away. I can no longer listen to my OSTs because of the fact that they aren't on Spotify. Or, and hear me out, over the course of the next few hours, while you watch the streams, download them. Shadow of the Colossus. Oh god damn it! I'm not gonna have access to my Shadow of the Colossus music. You're gotta join in with the boycott again. Download, but oh well, no Shadow of the Colossus music for me. But yeah, so Fallen Knight. I'm just gonna call you Knight. Knight, a nice college for what? You're being dragged to church against your will. I have to get YouTube Premium to download them? No, don't get YouTube Premium to download them. That's giving even more money to YouTube, which is the opposite of what we want. There are plenty of free online things that you can use. Oh god, what's the... I don't know where to put them. It's like a whole ass playlist I can loop, you know? I don't know. Sorry, but to download videos, let's see, where is it? Okay. jdownloader.org is what I've been using for a while. You have to download the app itself, but it's free. You can download as much as you want. It's pretty quick. I've downloaded a ton of stuff. You don't download them through YouTube. That's the opposite of what we want. I have them downloaded because I have Turbo Warp Scratch But Faster project. That's literally where I create the OST. Fun. Alright. But, yeah, so... Kris, you're being dragged to church against your will. Oof. But yeah, so... To download videos as MP4s, or to download music as MP3s, or OGGs, or whatever you end up using, there are plenty of online video downloaders. The one I've been using is just called JDownloader, I believe. It's pretty solid. There are others, but it looks kind of sketchy, but it's not, I assure you. We're gonna speedrun Under Error Last Break real quick. Fun. Say, did you see that finished spread of Angel Doll? I did! Okay, Kris, you said you're being dragged to church. Are you still gonna be in the stream as well? Because I'm trying to decide if I play undercards for a little while. Yes, but later on. Okay, you're not going to be able to stick around for long right now. Then I think I'm going to play undercards for a bit while we wait for Kris to show back up. Then, once Kris rejoins, we'll do the tier list. Sound like a plan? I'm also about to go eat food. Good for you, Artemis. Eat food. Food is important. Alright. Do I have Secret of the Mimic? I do not. I intended to pick it up when it came out, and then I just didn't. So I know basically nothing about Secret of the Mimic. Like, I avoided any YouTube videos about it, and I didn't because I wanted to play it, and then I played it, and then I didn't play it. And now I'm going to college, who knows what the money or time situations are gonna be like, so it's entirely possible I never get to play Secret of the Mimic. I'm trying to make each part of the Angel Doll move on its own. Oh, that's sick. Oh, that's sick. I got full, so I saved it for leftovers and basically got on stream on my main. So I've been here. You've been here the whole time! The Mimic is Mimic. I'm gonna be honest, I'm not shocked, Gundam. Alright, so... Kris is gonna have to leave soon. Artemis is leaving now. So... I am going to play undercards for a hot minute, for probably like half an hour or so. Then, around 7, or whenever Artemis and Kris are back, around when Artemis and the best part of Secret of the Mimic was when the Mimics had its Mimic in time, then mimicked all over those guys. My favorite variation on that joke is one that I made recently. The best part of Fantastic Four was when he said it's clobberin' time, then clobbered all over those guys. Because that was actual... because that actually happened. He did say it's clobberin' time, and then he did clobber all over those guys. Kara, I know you're doing this for drama. Bro! You programmed them! You're the one who had them do it that way! You're the one who programmed no way to speed that up! That's entirely on you, son. But, alright, so... when we come back, when Artemis and Kris are back here, that's when we're gonna do the tier list. I I, okay, Sun, here's the thing. If you are annoyed by something in your own game, fix it! No one else is gonna like it if you don't. But, Gundam, your name is Edwin and you made the mimic. Wrong oath, old buddy, old pal! Alright, so, once again, we're gonna head into undercards for now, and then when Kris and Artemis and hopefully Banana are back, then we're going to jump over to the tier list. Alright, bookmarks bar. And now, let's start with a standard match in determination. I can't wait for spooky month. Me neither, although I don't know how spooky my spooky month is actually gonna be, you know? 3 or more 6 cost. 6 cost exactly, no. It's TV time indeed. Aubrey Nancy, we are doomed. Yeah, probably, but like, I try not to think, I try not to be that doomer about it, you know? I think water cooler is the way to go. Yeah, like, yeah, there's a lot of shit wrong in the world. You don't need me to tell you that. But, like, just sitting around being like, oh, everything is awful all of the time, it's not productive. We're not gonna fix anything by just thinking about how much the world sucks. We're gonna fix things by thinking about what we can do about how hard the world sucks. You know? God, I hate spammed attacks. Okay, that'll get me to 8 gold, and then 5... It'll get me to... yeah, so I can be on 0 gold at the end of this turn and be fine. Spampton shop? Or just attack directly? I think just attack directly. I know it's gonna put another Peppers on the board, which I'm not fond of. Phase 1 right now. I mean, that's what I would expect. Good for you for getting past the dialogue, I guess. Alright. Oh, Gundam, Sun is doing a speedrun of his own game. Okay, so let's sack water cooler to get rid of flying heads, and then have mirror kill Spampton's shop and pass. Yeah, phase 2 clone trooper helmet aren't my favorite. Yeah, Gundam is attempting to speed run under error last break. I'm not connected to my VPN, am I? Sorry about that. There might be some momentary technical difficulties, but then the buffering should stop. The Lightner's Live minigame is so hard. Is it Banana? Howdy, welcome to the stream. Is it? Lightner's Live is the rhythm game, right? I beat that on my first try. Yeah, skill issue, indeed. If you have an allied dog, may gain 2/3 taunted plus dodge. So, but instead of just be a 6/6/5, that's not bad. I have no way of giving it HP buffs reliably, so Doggeressa. Tam. I can't wait for a game in October. Thankfully, you remembered the spam ton technique. The spam technique? I don't think I'm familiar with that for rhythm games, or for Lightner Live in particular. What's the game in October, Gundam? Or are you just looking forward to a game that'll come out then? If Spampton poster attacks this ice, which that happened, okay, so this ice will go down, but it can kill flying heads. Just spam the 2 buttons. The game is Jurassic World Evolution 3. Huh. I'm gonna be honest, I'm not actually sure. I knew there were Jurassic World video games. Like, I'm not shocked. I just didn't know. Okay. Do I sack ice? Yeah. Yeah. Sack ice to get rid of that. And then Spampton Shop swing for 5. And pass. Oh crap, I'm always ending my turn with 0 gold, that's why I'm not summoning Pepis, right. There's gonna be baby dinosaurs. Wonderful. Amazing. Truly wonderful. Clicking on the controller makes me tired, just like when I... Okay. Pippa's with haste. Fuck. You're probably gonna use that to kill? Oh. Alright, because Pippa's work best. Just like when I play football. You go outside? That's a little harsh. Just the absolute shock. It's effective the next lost soul. This would be Lost Undyne. Deal 2 damage to the lowest living enemy monster. That would be Lost Papyrus, which will then heal them in turn. Monkey! Monkey, you're also banana! Oh, here, there, and everywhere else. I'm scared of Trump supporters. I'm mad at Trump supporters. Sadly, I don't have a third account to worshipping a Cheeto is wild. Indeed, indeed. Cause he's orange. Trump supporters are worshipping a Cheeto cause he's orange, you know? Turn a monster into an Pokédex. Ooh, that could be very good. Summon a red flower. No, Halberd could be very good. But I don't think I've played a ton of tokens other than Hyperlink blocked in this game. Lightner's Live has a lot of references to the Meta 10 fights. I'm not shocked. Yeah, Chaos Duck is the way to go. And then turn Casual Guard into a 5/5 with Taunt. Crap, I could have attacked first. Whatever. And then let's cast Willed Fight. Now they play the news theme from that one part of the game. Huh. Now, you know, honestly, I'm not even gonna do the speedrun. That's so real, though. The farthest I've gotten has been the first flash attack. Bro, it's your own game. But also, you start school tomorrow, Gundam? Oof. So do a lot of people, I know, so... I know, so does Artemis. I know so does my school district, although not me, because I'm going to college. I'm done with school. Okay. I'm going to kill Spamton Shop. Then I think summon Potassium. And then do I get rid of Spamquin? Do I sack Chaos Duck to kill Spamquin? No, I like having the 5 attack. Ultra, you are so nice, so cool, so fantastic, so cool. Thanks? I feel like you're setting up to something, but, thanks. Give me the puzzle codes. What puzzle codes? Do I play Dead by Daylight? No. Okay. Next would be Lost Asgore. Yeah. Yeah, let's call from the grave. The ones before finding Toriel. I know that one of them is 1225. I don't remember the others offhand. Yes, haste, not charge. Certificate, let's fucking go. Cafe jukebox, that's the way to go. Keep plus ends on the board. Shouldn't have done that. They're just gonna use Lost Undying for it. Okay then. Oh, goodness. Eagles, card, and worms out of the sun. Out of the sudden? Oh right, I'm a determination player. Forgot about that. Okay. 1, 2. Okay, we're nowhere close to using Royal Papyrus's ability. I'm not gonna be able to use that. I just need the 8-11 on the board. Nurse Mouth. I think it's more important to kill Nurse Mouth. Yeah, spam Quinn. Haha, the last time I was saved for show. Thankfully I didn't You ate the Delta Boom? What does that even mean? Also, for the love of God, Gundam, don't just eat everything in front of you, please, please. Gundam, no. Alright. Ah, shit. You know what? I'll try the rock minigame again. And for the love of God, Gundam, don't eat the forbidden cotton candy! Okay, so we have Gundam, we have Banana. Yo, Sun, you still here? I'm not sure if Sun's still here. Or maybe it will send you to the alligator thing. It's Alligator Alcatraz? But yeah, so... yeah, maybe it will. Yeah, so... Sun, we have Schrodinger's Sun, we have Banana, Sunsun, I was just asking if you were still here, trying to figure out who we have. So we have Gundam, we have Banana, and we have Sunsun at the moment. So when Kris and Artemis get back... When Kris and Artemis get back, we'll do the tier list. There's a lot of chaos right at the start, but frankly, I don't want to do the tier list without those two here. Those two have been some of my most reliable chatters since practically minute 1. Banana, you've also been here for a long-ass time, but, I mean, you're here right now as well. So, I'm not thinking about, we gotta make sure we do this when Banana's here, because Banana's already here. Poison. Gundam, you've also been here a while, although not as long. Look, Gundam, I care about you as well. And I wouldn't, and preferably, I wouldn't want to do the tier list without you either. But again, you're already here. Also, Banana has been here way the hell longer than you have, I'm gonna be honest. Like, Banana's been here since my FNAF streaming days, like, almost a year ago at this point. Banana was probably here during the great during the great IRL people incident. Holy shit! It costs 30, which means it would be really hard to pull that off. Because it has to be non-generated, so you have to have that in your deck at the start. Oh, no, so that's an instant win button if you're right at the end if you're right at the end. Oh, screw this minigame. You almost broke your neck? That's not good, Banana. That's really not good. Yes, Sunsun, we're doing the tier list in this stream. I actually have it in the other tab already. Ultra Pidge's UTDR fan game tier list. Come on, I dare you. I dare you. Attack Rock with both of them. I fucking dare you. It was before the FNAF... Oh, damn, you're right. That was 2 years. In-game or IRL? And the FNAF movie is almost 2 years old. Yeah, that's wild to think about. What incident? The stream has been long since deleted, but while I was live, yeah, the FNAF movie is 2 years old. That's what I was thinking. They're really buffing Plug Girl. But, yeah, so, Banana, that incident was... I don't think you were there on the stream, but I do think you were watching my streams at that point. I'm going to sack Will to fight to summon Microwave. Was it after the second FNAF 2 stream? I don't know. I was streaming some FNAF... I was streaming some FNAF game in my streaming every FNAF game in the lead up to the movie thing. And a bunch of people that I didn't actually know, but they knew someone who was in my Spanish class, started showing up and being really annoying, like, and honestly being kind of scary, like, calling out my school by name and asking what my thoughts on it were and stuff. Yeah, I don't think... I remember going to the FNAF movie for Halloween as Glam Freddy. Oh, hell yeah. But yeah, so... Banana, I don't think you were on the stream, but I think you were watching my stuff at that point. A bunch of people from the actual high school that I actually went to showed up and started asking me, like, thoughts on it, thoughts on my teachers, thoughts on my principal dying, shit like that. It was honestly kind of scary. There will 3 occasions where I'll bring my withered Freddy head to school. I don't think will is the word you meant there. Probably there were 3 occasions. If both of them swing at 04, then 04 goes down here. Please just swing at my life points directly, man. God damn it. That's not what I meant. Yes! Chaos! Fun Fridays and Shits 2, Halloween 3. What's number 3? $10+. We can be halfway there with the cards in hand right now. There will be... Yeah, there will be is probably... like, assuming that is what you meant, of, in the future I'm gonna do this, yeah, there will be is what you meant to say there. They get something. Motherfucker. Who is Kris's dad? Asgore, we've established this. Like, truly so many times over at this point. We've established this. Objectively, the right move here is Fanruden attacks Ice, Plug Girl attacks me. Let's think of Asgore is his adopted. I mean, there. Asgore is Kris's adoptive father. Oh shit, I should have been using O2 so that I could get haste. God damn it. I think it's more obvious that John left. The right move here, by a wide margin, is for them just to kill me. But who knows, maybe they won't. Huh. That was the wrong move. Like, objectively. Ah, shit. I should have used poison. God damn it. Random bullshit, go. All of the attacks of my game just fly out into the distance. Moon Knight? What about Moon Knight? Moon Knight is cool. God damn it, god damn it, god damn it. Okay, gotcha ball, see if... Ooh, that could be pretty good. That could be good, except that I don't... Okay, Great Door. Gotta go with Great Door. Alright. Let's go with 01. Then we can either go with Poison and get rid of Mad Dummy, or we can go with Great Door. But we can't do both. I think we want to go with Great Door. I think that's my best shot. Hit me with your best shot. Fire away. I am only still alive. God damn it, the mystery minigame is hard. Oof. At this point, I am truly only alive because my opponent is either absolutely paranoid or is a goddamn anime villain. Just utterly determined to break me and clear out my board before doing anything else. No, 01 is armor. Just release it with this monster's stat buffs. Oh jeez. Oh jeez. Okay. Potassium. I think we... KR Plug Boy. Lost Undyne. Sack itself. Kill Plug Boy. That buffed the banana. I'm cool with that. Okay. Great Door swings at the life points. We could get them down to 9 health. We could get them down to 9 health. You know what? I know how this person's playing. They... Knock on wood. They haven't killed me thus far. They're not gonna kill me now. Dynamic borders are so fun. I don't know what that means, I'm gonna be honest with you. What's the odd controller? Gain 1 counter, turn end. For each counter, give 1 win to a random ally monster. If you played less monsters this turn... Okay. So, it'll steadily buff their monsters. Oh, what's it gonna be this time? Not what I need quite yet. Give the next... Your hand has no monsters of the same rarity. That's not gonna work. It's not gonna work for at least 2 more turns, probably more, so no. Some great... That could actually be useful. Potentially. But I don't think so. That... Oh, that would be good, except Royal Papyrus. I think Lauren is actually the way to go here. Pidge, I'm evolving. I am? What? Huh? Okay. Summon the Laurens. Hang on. Gotta mute my phone. Shit. Okay. Heal me. Then summon Casual Guard 1. And hope that inexplicably my opponent continues to attack my monsters instead of me. Or just... at this... Even if my opponent... no. Yeah. Hope that my opponent attacks Lost Toriel instead of me. Yep, and for some reason that I don't understand, they did. The Deltarune screen thing is pretty small, so the blank spaces on the side are themed. Huh. Cool. I did not know that. As attacks and survives heal by this. Alright. God damn it. God fucking damn it. Okay. Attack Werewire. I think this is GG. Unless my opponent Pidge is now Omega Pidge. No, no, stop. You don't. Lots of swears. Bro, I swear like a sailor. This is. We've established this. I have a pack. Cool. Hang on a sec. Longanic and Organic could work really well in this deck. Shit, I just realized that. This did. Okay, Crossganic, this deck has, I think, 0 spells in it. That wouldn't work. But, let's get rid of Casual Guard 2. What's Royal Guard 3 do? So it's Armor, Haste to Guards in Hand, Dodge. But, okay, so... So it was the Deltarune Queen line. Yes, Sunsen, I think we all, I think we got the joke. At least I hope we all got the joke. Alright. Call of the Grave is solid, but, like, not that solid. Same with Will to Fight. Frankly, same with Resurrection. So, I'm gonna go with 2 Longanics and 2 Organics. One of them being shiny. Because those can actually work really well with my high-cost monsters. Like, have a Longanic on the board, and then just keep attacking with one of these, and my Longanic will stay alive. Have one of these on the board and then attack with Organic. I effectively have, like, if I have an O2 on the board and then attack with it while Organic is also on the board, then suddenly I'm attacking for 20 damage. Okay, but I want to check crafting. Royal Guard 3, gives allies candy. Okay. So, armor, haste, candy, dodge. Yeah, that makes sense. Random monsters in your dust pile. Erase 5 random monsters in your dust pile and return. Or to return with. Oh, that's really good. I think Zenith Martlet is better, though. Not send this man to the depths of hell. No. Also, it tells me to turn off your automatic breathing. That actually has kind of stopped working for me, which is weird. Like, I remember one time I pulled that stunt with someone. I told them, for the next 5 minutes, you will now be conscious of your breathing. And they simply replied, no. And I'm like, what? It's a physiological response. That's not how that works. But now I get it. Like, I have significantly, like, the conscious of your breathing thing really doesn't work for me nearly as much as it used to. First pit of hell is waiting, old friend, so don't keep the The darkest pit of hell is open, so don't keep the devil waiting, old friend. Eggplant trash bag! Eggplant trash bag! Oh, they're not. Ooh, that's pretty solid. Cardmaster. I think the Earn 2G is really just what I want there. You're soon to arrive there. Buddy, you're soon to arrive there. Gundam, how do you say JFK when you mean... What the hell has been going on in chat? That is truly such an excellent question. Dear. Minecart. Okay. Go with that. Then, I mean, we can just attack one of the dummies for 3. In fact, JFK still got shot in the Fantastic Four First Steps universe. Yeah, no, how do you know that? Why do you know that? Like, I know you just said you don't know why you know that, but... Why did they attack with their dummy? That was a mistake. This could be pretty solid, especially when paired with O1. Sunsun? Yeah, what? During this match... Uh-huh. Uh-huh. You're talking like cat codes, buddy. You are speaking like cat codes. Monster's HP has damaged the monster in front of it. That could be paired well with O1, or we could just use it, or it could be paired well with Longinate. No, keep it. Or we could use it now to get Luke's off the board. Or we could use it now to get Vegetoid off the board. Yeah, no, we need to get Vegetoid off the board. Those things get so annoying so fast. During this match, I'm calling it right now, you're winning. Thank you, buddy. I'm going against someone who's literally level 1. I fucking hope so. Whoa, bring it on. I'm not dying here, I'm still fighting here. I'm sending the journal Ben is holding on the Valentine's poster. It's the... Huh. Alright. Well, since all my monsters have one attack, other than O2, who can't attack yet, I'm just gonna swing at life points. The code for the Toriel rooms, first of all, just do the damn puzzles, they're not that hard. But I remember one of them was 1225. I don't remember what the others were. Oh, and I remember that at the end of the game, one of them was just 0000. But I know that 1225 has been the code at various other points. That has been the code at least once. They're all 1225? No. One of them is 1225. Hang on a sec. This is gonna be a weird strat, but let's have Ice attack directly, make Longanic a 3/4, have Longanic kill Vegetoid, and then have have O2 swing at the life directly to buff both Organic and Longanic. And then, because of Longanic, I think we want to leave it at that. Rather than have it then copy Organic's 3, so that I can take advantage of Organic's attack. Nope, actually, no. We might end up with this actually meaning that Longanic goes down, but I'm okay with that because now my opponent has 11 HP and I have 2 monsters with 10 attack on the board. I guess the first code and you told me the other one. Bro, the puzzles aren't even that difficult! You're too dumb for that? Oh well, I guess. Alright, now gang, I gotta run to the bathroom, and hopefully when I get back, Kris and Artemis will have returned. But for now, BRB. Hey gang, I'm back. So... Okay. Did Fallen Down just play? Crump card. I'm guessing those are both you talking about, about Deltarune as you're playing it. Artemis! Hello! What's good? Yes, you did indeed come back during the BRB. Kris is still gone, so we're waiting for them. Then we're gonna do the tier list. Indeed. Tenna remembers the divorce. Was that Big Shot? Bro's first time listening to its TV time. Yeah, Tenna jump scare. That's literally Big Shot. There is that... yeah, there is that... rock mini game with literally Big Shot. And yeah, I actually remembered to unmute the mic almost immediately this time! Shocker, I know! Okay, I know at this point that a lot of you are in school, so you need to go to bed fairly soon. So I might just start the tier list now without waiting for Kris any longer. Artemis, Sun, Banana, how long can y'all stay here before you have to hit the sack? Yeah, Kris can watch it back, this is true. I mean, I wanted them in chat, preferably, but, how long... how long can you stay here before you have to go to bed? Before y'all have to go to bed? 10 is the absolute latest. And so, which I assume means preferably earlier. 23, so that means 11. Okay, Sun, what time is it for you currently? And 11. Banana, I know you're an hour ahead of me, so that's 10 my time, I think. Yeah. It's 6:30 for you, so you're an hour behind me. Oh, 11 for me. Okay. So you're here until 9:30. Okay. Then let's do one more match, and then if Kris still isn't back, then we go to the tier list. I've won a single game tonight. Wow. Friend inside me. Friend inside me. Oh, okay. Actually, want a 1v1 before we do the tier list? Sure. Game, Okay, gang, so, something I just remembered. A few weeks back, I was at a church event, and it was a pretty small group, so all of us were kind of just in the same space most of the time. I was playing Magic the Gathering against one of my friends, while this one guy, I don't want to name drop him, but this one guy who's a musician was jamming out on his guitar. At one point, he started playing just regular You Got a Friend in Me, and all I could think of was, friend inside me. Friend inside me. Okay, Sun, I'm waiting for you. I'm waiting. There we go. No longer waiting. Sun, you know the rules. Cover up my screen so you don't see it. You know the rules, and so do I. Indeed, indeed. What do you mean 20 plus recruits? Oh, what about it, monkey? Ah, you're playing yellow. I miss my yellow deck. Why? There's a monster in front of 10, 20. Oh. I'll have to spare 19 more people. Oh, damn. Bezoinks. Let's see what you're gonna do, what you're gonna do. Yeah, that was probably the right move. Yeah, no, that was definitely the right move then. Mm, um, I'm gonna cast Zephyr to wipe out both your hand. You fool, I memorized all your attacks. Those attacks and kills the monster. Catch. So now you just have a 4/4 on the board. Mm. I summon my shiny organic and pass. Organic, I choose you. Ah, Shambling Mass, the card that used to be really damn solid, and then got nerfed to being just okay. Time for a little bit of potassium. And pass. No, not the potassium. Yes, the potassium. I summon Wheelville. That may have been the most useless thing it could have done. God damn it. Oh, then I'm gonna sack one of these guys to summon Microwave. I am going to have my banana kill your shambling mass. You kept on forgetting to press send. Oof. And then... Uh... And then I'm just gonna leave my organic as a 10-2. I can't do anything, I'm in a fucking wheelchair. Yeah, that's exactly what Wheelville is. It took me a sec to realize that, but it's... I can't do anything. Fucking Vegetoid. Fucking Vegetoid. I summon Mirror. Then I'm gonna use my potassium to kill your Ralsei dummy. Then I'm gonna use my organic to attack you directly, and then I'm gonna use my mirror to kill your Vegetoid. And pass. Ah, you were so close, son. So close, but heh no banana. Okay. Still might be GG. I cast Siphoning on your Redacted to buff my banana a little bit. And then I summon another organic. Then I swing at you for 8, and for 8, and for 5. Good game, son. Good game. But you left just one too many monsters on my board. You had such a good plan. You had such a good game. That was really solid. You got me down to my determination. You got me down to... Yeah, that was such a good game, though. That was really close. You just happened to leave one too many monsters on my board, so I was able to swoop in and kill you right at the end. Okay. Banana, I assume that I'm doing what now? I was gonna one-shot you with one of my Reapers if you ended your turn, but I did not end my turn. I beat you. Yeah. Banana, yes, you killed him quite a bit. You brought it out of town and I would have used the Redacted. Okay. I was talking to one of my friends and they had to leave and I said TTYL and my phone changed it to Troy. I have epic... Real. That's so real. Your cat is your daughter? I'm not even gonna think about that, Gundam. Alright. Now, gang. Let's do this. Time to rank. So... I have these listed alphabetically as of right now, which means that our first one is, which means that the first game we're gonna be talking about is A Different Snowgrave. And just, a lot of people do this. I'm gonna be putting them in, like, B or C tier to start with, just so they're just so they're up there somewhere. A Different Snowgrave... Okay, just to lay my biases out, right at the start, a lot of you kind of know this already. Yes, we'll get to Asgore. But a lot of y'all kind of know this already about me. At least, hopefully you do. I will always look more favorably on fall games that, like, actually have a story and shit, like Delta Traveler, than I will at games that are just a really good fight, like A Different Snowgrave, because I like the full story sequence. I like the overworld sections and stuff. So, because of that, different Snowgrave can't go above A tier, and I wouldn't put it up at A tier. So, S tier is obviously the best, F tier is dog shit. And then honorable mentions is games that I didn't play enough of to have an opinion on them. Yes, Banana, you did indeed suggest Birkin Truck 2016. So, a different Snowgrave. That sounds good. I need the music. Alright, so, a different Snowgrave is interesting. Now, I didn't beat it. I intended to beat it off stream, and then I never got around to that, so I don't know what the ending looks like. Hell yeah, tier list indeed. But, so, I don't know what the ending of this game looks like, but I know that it is a cool fight. A different Snowgrave. Let's just pull up some images, like... this is just cool, you know? Your cat is fat? Huh. Okay, then. Yeah, revivement. Hell yeah! Alright, so, this is just cool, you know? This game is just cool. It is an interesting idea. Also, like, it kind of predicted the future Weird Route. I need to charge my phone, but no outlet nearby. Big ooh. Yeah, so a different Snowgrave is just cool, right? Like, it's a very interesting premise. And, like, the fight could use some work, but the fight could use some work, but it's pretty solid. You know, and the premise, okay, a lot of y'all weren't here when I streamed this, because this was one of the first fan games I did, but a different Snowgrave, the base premise of it is Snowgrave misfires. So it's a Weird Route, and then Snowgrave misfires, and rather than freezing Birdly, Noelle freezes Kris. And this causes Birdly to absolutely lose his shit. So, what happens is, Noelle freezes Kris, and then does that same, I think I'm gonna go home, and walks up. Then, two things happen pretty much simultaneously. Birdly absolutely loses his shit, and he runs to get Queen, thinking obviously Queen will know what to do. And, at the same time, found an outlet. Hell yeah, you died. Oh no. Oh no. And then, the soul leaves, leaves Kris's body and goes into Noelle. Now, Noelle can still speak. She's not as silent as Kris, but it's still, Noelle can still talk, but Noelle is, but she is being controlled by the soul. And I fucking love that, because that's the exact same premise as what seems to actually be happening in the Weird Route. Like, we put a little bit of soul in Weird Route Noelle, and it looks like it's going to grow, you know? So I'm pretty sure that this game accidentally predicted the Weird Route. So for that alone, it's going in B tier. I don't think its fight is quite compelling enough to be worth it for A tier, but I'm putting it in B tier. Bargain Truck 2016! This, I mean, what's there to say? All of you saw me stream this. This is a dumb, goofy meme game based on a meme song that I don't really care about. But it was kind of fun, honestly. Like, you know what? I ain't doing Fine Luigi, I'll just keep sharpshooting. Real. But yeah, so Bergen Truck 2016 is honestly kind of peak. Like, for what it's trying to be, I'm half tempted to put it up here, but I don't think I'm going to. It's a goofy meme game. Its primary purpose was just to be a haha funny meme game. And at that, it succeeded. That's true. That's true. So, that said, it's very short, and, like, the gameplay loop isn't that compelling. If they tried to extend it into a full thing, it wouldn't be great. But, you know, it's fun for what it is. Do it. I'm half tempted, though. I think I actually had more fun with Bergen Truck than I did with Different Snowgrave. Different Snowgrave is cool, it's a really interesting premise, but its attacks aren't that great, and it's just kind of a fight. It doesn't do anything new, other than controlling Noelle. So I think Bergen Truck goes A tier. Now we get to Cat Codes. You know what? I'm gonna delete F tier. I'm deleting F tier and just making this F tier. There's not enough games on this list to merit having an F tier. To merit having both an E tier and an F tier. So, this is Cat Codes' Asgore fight. Even though Cat Codes is gone, and as they said on last stream, probably won't return, I decided to leave this on the tier list. I'm not gonna spend too long on this because, I mean, the point of having it here really was to give feedback to, what's it called? Was to give Cat Codes feedback on it. So, you know what? I think D tier. It's a single fight, not that interesting, attacks are slow and repetitive. I think Cat Codes' Asgore is going in D tier. Man, this chat's been quiet. Surprisingly so, yeah. Like, we get to the part of the stream that I'm most excited about, and y'all are fucking silent. Now. By the way, I'm still on stream, just letting my phone charge. Fair enough, Artemis. Now, Delta Traveler. First, probably we're locked in. Fair enough, I guess. Alright, so, Delta Traveler. Probably the first game I did with as close to my full... One of the first games, anyway, that I did with as close to my full chat as possible. How can I cheer for this? There's no Chris Evans in my screen. What? Delta Traveler. Once it's at an acceptable percentage, I'll be yapping more. Fair enough, I guess. Alright. Delta Traveler. For those of you who don't remember, Delta Traveler is Kris and Susie wake up in the underground. And they are confused by this. And honestly, I really fucking liked it. Like, when Kris is here, they'll be able to tell you about how mid they think Delta Traveler is. But, like, I fucking love Delta Traveler. Like, yes. Delta Traveler's evil route was dog shit. The obliteration route took so long and was so boring to the... Is this a Deltarune Undertale? Yeah, basically, but... Okay, hear Mostly because I'm charging is kind of weird in a kind of weird place. That's fair enough, Artemis. That's fair enough. Okay, so Delta Traveler is Deltarune characters in Undertale, but because after they get out of the underground, after they get out of the ruins, rather, Noelle joins them, and suddenly they walk through a gray door, and they're in Earthbound. They walk through a gray door, and find themselves in Earthbound. And then they go through a section of Earthbound for a little bit. And fight Piggy, or whatever the hell his name is. And when they beat him, they then go through another gray door, and it takes them not back to the underground, well, sort of back to the underground. It takes them to Undertale. And just so you'll know, I have never particularly engaged with AUs. So this was my first big exposure to Undertale. So this is Deltarune plus Earthbound plus Undertale plus other... It's Deltarune plus Undertale plus Earthbound plus some Undertale AUs. Also, probably my favorite thing about it is that, like, it kind of leans in on Kris's Kara theory, which is dead in the water, but it's an interesting idea, specifically for this game. Because Toriel sees Kris and fucking loses it. She's absolutely heartbroken, and yet so happy at the same time, because she thinks that Kara has returned to her. And it's somehow... and it's genuinely one of the saddest things I've ever seen. And, well, no, that's an exaggeration, but it's genuinely so sad. And this game was also my first exposure to Undertale, which I really liked. And so right now, based on everything I've said thus far, I'm prepared to put it in A tier. And then when they go back to the underground, when they go back to regular Undertale Underground, after Fell Sands tries to murder them, when they go back to the regular Underground, what do they do? Who do they see? They see a very young reindeer named Noelle, and another, her older sister, Des. And our Noelle's reaction to baby Noelle and to Des, and to Noelle's age Des it's incredible. Like, I loved it so much. It was so great. And then you go out just into Snowdin, and it's nice and peaceful, and you can play Uno with an alternate universe Papyrus. And then, and if you win at Uno, you can get a key that will lead you to Sans' laboratory, where you can find photos of the Fun Gang. I genuinely really liked that. Like, I'm not the hugest fan of Undertale Sans' Deltarune Sans theory, like, opposed to it, but I'm not a huge fan. But the way they handled it there was really good. Now, it gets brought down slightly by the fact that its evil route, called the Obliteration route, is absolute dog shit. Because the Obliteration route tries to combine Snowgrave with Genocide. And what I mean by that is that you have to go into a room, kill all the enemies, leave that room, and then go back in where the enemies have respawned. You have to kill every enemy in it 3 times to do the obliteration route, which in the ruins is tedious, but that's fine. I honestly we'll get to a better example of that style of no mercy route later. But but that's fine in the ruins, because the ruins are kind of meant for it, and I like how you progress through over the course of it. And you can see Susie and Noelle getting, like, visibly disturbed by this. And then, in the ruins, you get to Napstablook, who, in a normal route, Napstablook just disappears. Napstablook encounters you two, and Susie's like, "Aren't you a cop?" And Blukey's like, "Well, I never," and just leaves. On a no mercy route, Blukey stays, and you see that their only weakness is rude damage. So you have to force Susie to use Rude Buster to kill them. And that is why that was the single best moment in the route. That moment of Blukey's absolute shock when you at seeing this and being at seeing what you did, and then Susie being like, "Bro, Kris, did you really have to do that?" That was the whole route in microcosm, and it was great. And then in the ruins, there's another really cool moment like that, where at the end of the ruins, when you encounter Toriel again, she's like, "Kris, honey, are you okay? What? You seem tired." And you can say, "I'm fine. I'm fine." What do you mean? "I did it." "What do you mean?" "I killed them all. Every last one. And if you keep progressing down the clearly weird route style dialogue tree, eventually, Kris rips out their soul, throws it on the ground, and jumps onto it with their knife. This kills them. And they don't care. And then you respawn. Like, you fully die. And that was so fucking cool. Oh, I didn't even touch on the fact that in the pacifist route, there's a ton of really interesting stuff about Kris's relationship with the soul. And how Kris is fucking cross-eyed and shit. So, I'm half tempted to put the normal route of this game in S tier. But the evil route does kind of bring it down. So I think this game is going above Bergentruck, but it doesn't get to go in S tier. No, I don't think it does go above Bergentruck. Bergentruck was a lot of fun the whole way through, whereas Delta Traveler was pretty cool. It was really cool, except for the Jenna route, which was mind-numbingly awful. Because, again, Earthbound areas are too big for that style of grindy no mercy route. It would be fine if you could do it the Undertale way, but this game uses Deltarune style encounters, which means that you have to actively hunt down monsters in the overworld, kill them, and then go out of the room and do it again. And it just takes so long to make any meaningful progress on the weird route. or the obliteration route, and that is what brings Delta Traveler down in my eyes. So Delta Traveler could be S tier if it weren't for a pretty shit evil route that brings it down to low A tier. Don't forget connected. This fucking game. So, at least Artemis, and probably more of you, I think, will remember. Sunset, I don't know if you were here for this, but Artemis was, Gundam, if you're still here, Gundam was, and Banana was, I'm pretty sure. And Kris was, but Kris isn't here yet. Kris, where the hell are you, by the way? God fucking damn it, Kris, where the fuck are you? This fucking game is so bad. This game is so bad that I wrote up an entire text document about how bad it is. This game wildly misunderstands the point of Undertale without putting in anything else, without putting anything new in its place. What game? Sorry, I'm focusing on Deltarune. Don't forget connected. Now, the good parts of this game. It has an interesting idea in being an MMO. It is an Undertale MMORPG, which is cool. I'm gonna take a shower, son. See you around. See you when you get back. This game had an interesting premise in being an MMO. And this game had a pretty interesting idea with what are called corruptions. Corruptions are this game's bosses. You run into them, and if you beat them, either peacefully or violently... I don't like the Deltarune recruit system. Yeah, it's kinda lame, but I like it. So, don't forget... has this idea of corruptions, where if you beat them either peacefully or violently, you can add them to your party. And they will help you out. They can help you win fights more effectively, they give you certain buffs, they can give you a little more money. It's a cool concept. Those are the only two good things I can say about this fucking game. And I'm done playing Devil's Advocate. This game misses the point. This game has barely any new bones, this game has a dogshit leveling system, and this game has blocking. Blocking is an idea where if you attack an enemy who's substantially stronger than you, they can just decide to block it, and not take damage from the hit. This would be fine if it happened occasionally. But every single enemy can do this if they're too high a level. So blocking makes it so if you're trying to play violently, which as I'll get to, they make the deliberately best choice. They make it the best option. So if you're playing violently, playing violently, you're sometimes just stuck in a random part of the map, grinding on mobs that are so much higher level than you that even though they're not doing a ton of damage because you're good at Undertale, they're not taking any damage from you either. And that forces you to stay in one room forever in a it forces you to stay in one room for ages in a game with Undertale's deliberately low encounter rate. Undertale intentionally has a low encounter rate because Toby didn't want you to grind or do a general run by accident. This game kept that low encounter rate, despite missing the point so hard that grinding becomes almost necessary. Because you can't just go through this game either peacefully or violently. You have to grind. You have to either grind or be really fucking good at the game, because it doesn't change bullet patterns or anything on if you're playing violently. So which means, okay. Okay. This game makes it so that a Geno-style gameplay loop is the most optimal way to play the game. Because it has no incentive for you to play peacefully. Because this game has basically no story, from what I can tell. This game has basically no story, which means that your only motivation is number go up and progressing. And progressing is a hell of a lot easier on a Geno-style gameplay. Geno-style gameplay gives you is the best choice in this Undertale fan game. And do I even need to explain to you how bad of an idea that is? I've been recruiting for 4 hours. Oof. Oof, oof, oof. What idea, sorry? Okay, in this game, in Don't Forget Connected, the genocide-style gameplay loop, where you just sit in a room, doing the frisk dance, bashing your head into a wall over and over, waiting for monsters to attack you so that you can kill them, becomes the only viable option. Because the corruptions, some of which are required in order to progress, are so strong that you can't beat them peacefully. You effectively have to make number go up, and basically do a genocide route. And this game not only makes that optimal, doesn't even punish you for it. Dang, your attention span here is worse than in school. Oof. Oof, oof, oof. Now, in Undertale, taking the moral high road is objectively the best outcome. Because it gives you the best ending. It gives you the best story. It makes you have the most fun. This game completely misses that, with two crucial things. First of all, you have to grind in order to be able to beat the corrupted area bosses. And because there aren't enough enemy encounters naturally, you're going to be too high you're going to be too low a level, so that when you get to them, you are forced to go back and grind. And then, if you kill the corruptions, they will still join your party. That's not how Undertale works. In Undertale, and Undertale alikes... You're tired of the shadow guys? Dude, did you not do that room? There's an entire room where that recruits all of the shadow guys you need to for you. It's the place where they're all like filling out paperwork or something. You can just like destroy all their paperwork and they all come shake your hand and then join your team. And speaking of recruiting, in Don't Forget Connected, you can recruit the corruptions by beating them violently. That is shadows you actually need to recruit. Bro, you don't need to recruit shadow guys! There's one room that gets you all of them! Okay, so, in this game, you can completely ignore everything Undertale taught you about playing peacefully. You didn't get to that room? You've just been sparing them in the same area. My God's banana. So, Undertale taught us to play peacefully. This game... Welcome back, Sun. I'm venting about Don't Forget Connected. Because this game makes it so that even if you kill the corrupted bosses, you still recruit them. Which means that there is literally zero incentive to play peacefully. You know, to do the entire thing that Undertale was based around. And most egregious of all, if you get Toriel in your party, she gives you an attack buff. Toriel gives you an attack buff. Toriel, who famously promotes pacifism more than anyone else in Undertale. She is the one to give you an attack buff. Exactly, Sun. Let that sink in for a second. Goat Mother, kind-hearted pacifism Toriel makes it easier for you to kill your enemies. And also, this game has no story that I can tell. It has an interesting idea with the corruptions, but they aren't used well enough. So this game has no other story. It has interesting ideas, but they're not played off effectively. And as Kris said, as its own skeleton, it's missing small but integral bones. Compared to Sans, who, in this analogy, we were referring to Undertale as we were referring to Sans as the skeleton of Undertale. Compared to Sans, it's a horrible failure. Don't Forget Connected is one of the worst fan games I have ever played. Don't Forget Connected is one of the worst games I have ever played. Welcome back, Artemis. Now, Ida Chain. I did not actually play Ida Chain, so I cannot meaningfully discuss it in a way that would put it on the leaderboard. Which I remember, Don't Forget Connected. Yep, you showed up right as I finished talking about how fucking awful it was. Yeah, exactly. That game was actually really bad. Yes. Because Don't Forget Connected had the combination of a terrible gameplay loop, no story, and wildly missing the point of Undertale. Like, I wouldn't even... I don't need the notes on that. Yeah. Like, I wouldn't even mind how god-awful this game was. I wouldn't even mind how god-awful... Oh, I know which fan game not to play when I start playing fan games. Yeah, for real. Like, I wouldn't even mind this game missing the point of Undertale if it did something else that was interesting. You know? I wouldn't mind that, because... because if the game were still fun and the story were still compelling, then I could just think of it. There should be a bottom tier that's bait for don't forget connected. Yeah. Don't forget. Don't forget is go. Hang on. No. Dog shit. This game, yes, it not only does it not know the point of Undertale, it doesn't know the point of a video game. Like, again, I wouldn't mind it being a bad Undertale fan game if it were fun. If I could enjoy my time playing this game, and if I could be, and if there were a story that interested me, then I could find this game cool. Even if I thought it would... Even if this game was entirely... even if this game completely missed the point of Undertale, if I had fun with it, then I think it would have been acceptable. But in addition to missing the point of Undertale, it had no story and dogshit gameplay. Now, Ida Chain. Ida Chain is kinda cool. Now, Ida Chain is going in honorable mentions, because I never actually played it. I just watched the full game showcase of it, because I'm bad at video games, and it looked really hard. But, this game was interesting. It was a cool idea. Dust Tale, while it feels somewhat out of character to me, is interesting. This game! Fuck, I bit my tongue. Ida Chain feels like an early 2000s creepypasta. It's like... And then when I looked around, Frisk was missing their face. And I saw that my character had been renamed to Kara. And New Home, as I walked through it, was both empty and raining. And when I got to the Judgment Hall, the camera panned forward, and there was nobody there. And then, when I got to the throne room, there was nobody there. So I went to exit, but the door was locked. I was stuck inside, and I saw a sign that read, "Elevator." That's the energy of this game. Artemis, no. Artemis, yes. But, well, that is the energy of this game. This game feels like an early 2000s creepypasta. And I don't want to make fun of it too hard, because this was the team's first big attempt at doing much of anything. You know? I wish Kris were here. Kris would have interesting stuff to add, because Kris watched me play I think Kris watched me play all of these games, except maybe Scampton the Great. Yeah. Chat's really quiet because we're locked the hell in. But yeah, so... I really don't want to make fun of Ida Chain too hard. It was the team's first real time... It was really the team's first time doing anything like that. So for what it was, it's fine. It's kind of funny. Now, Sans and Papyrus Salsa Lesson. This game is not about sauce, as I and multiple other people thought it was. This game was from... this game was about Papyrus teaching Sans to dance. And you know, it was kind of fun. Like, in many ways, salsa is really the purest form of dance. And, you know, it was fun. And this game feels like a dance. That by itself could elevate it up to A tier. Because this game, it is a single fight. It is probably the best single fight game I've ever played. Because it's basically a chaotic salsa lesson, and then it becomes a Undertale fan game at the end. Exactly, Sun, exactly. So, this game is kind of cool. This game is really cool. Again, the fight feels like a dance, which is one of the most impressive things which is probably one of the best compliments I could give it. And then it gets really unhinged, and the more I think about it, the more I like this game. Because the twist at the end was that it wasn't actually happening. This wasn't actually an Underswap fan game. This game was a Undertale fan game disguised as a fun, happy Underswap fan game. Because at the end, we see... Because at the end, Papyrus dies. And it's made pretty clear that Sans is the one who killed him. And then, we realize that this was a Undertale fan game all along. And this was all just in Sans' head. Sans hallucinating. And that is what elevates it to A tier. Yes, Water Cooler is 100% a boss. Next, Scampton the Great. This, I assure you, I know for a fact not a single one of you was here for, because Scampton the Great was the first fan game I played on this channel. So... yeah, you were not here for it, Sunsun. No, you weren't. Artemis wasn't here for it. Banana wasn't even here for it. Nobody was here while I was streaming this game. So, this game is built around Deltarune Chapter Rewritten, which is a, Underswap style AU that I know literally nothing about. So, I'm inclined to keep this in C tier because I don't know it. Basically, Spamton and Jibble combined swapped fight, I think. Yeah, that's pretty much it, Sun. So, here's the thing. We were playing as 3 characters, none of whom are in the normal fun game. It was Azriel, filling the role of Kris, Noelle, filling the role of Susie, kind of, and I don't even know what the third one was called. Some weird, robot thing, filling the role of Ralsei. But, the thing is, the fight was so fucking fun. I didn't understand the story of it at all. But the fight was incredible. It introduces this really cool parrying mechanic, which gets you a ton of TP, and the fight was cool. It was difficult, probably more difficult. I think difficulty-wise, it was probably on par with Jevil, or Spampton with Jevil or Gerson, you know? It was difficult, but it was fair, and it was fun. And it introduces a new soul mechanic, and honestly, I really liked it. Scampton the Great is probably the only game on this list that I'm ranking solely for its gameplay. The reason, part of why Capcode's Asgore is so far down is because its story is non-existent, so I'm only ranking it on its mediocre gameplay. This is a game with a story that I didn't understand, which could easily bring it down, except that the gameplay was really fucking fun. So Sun, if you're looking for fan game recommendations, this and this are probably the two best single fight fan games I've ever seen. TS Underswap. I'm not even beating around the bush starting with it in C tier. This game is at least going A tier, man. This game is so fucking good. Like, Kris said that they believe TS Underswap to be better than Undertale. Yeah, no, honestly, I might do. Check out Scampton and Salsa. That's what you might do. Scampton Restitch, a game you haven't played, but I think you should. Oh. Okay. TS Underswap, Kris believes to be better than Undertale. I do not agree with them in that assessment. But I think it's interesting. It is one of the only Undertale fan games I've... Hang on, look through this... No, it is, along with Delta Traveler, it's one of the only two UTDR fan games I've seen that actually plays with the meta-narrative. It plays with how Kara, who fills the role of Frisk in this game because Underswap, Kara is more... Kara is being controlled by someone else. And there are instances at the end of each area, at the end of Ruins, but not actually, and at the end of Starlight Isles, which is Snowdin, but not actually. There is an area, at the end of each area, there's a moment where Kara tries to say something, and we don't let them. Because you get two dialogue choices. Nothing, or something else. It's either ... or nothing, depending on the area, and then the other one is, with Asgore, I remember it, it's, can I stay here? Let me not leave. Scampton the Great, Sands of Papyrus Salsa Lesson, Susie and Ralsei versus Kris Weirdroot fight. Oh damn, I wish you told me about that one before, son. But yeah, so, that sounds really cool, but so TS Underswap has a meta-narrative that is unfolding from minute one, even though we don't really know what it's gonna be. Honestly, no. Because here's the thing. Its meta-narrative is cool. Its pacifist route is kinda boring. Like, it has a lot of quests, which are just there as padding, and I think make the game worse. Easily top of A tier. The question is it top of A tier or is it bottom of S tier? I think it's top of A tier. Because its pacifist route is cool. Like, its Asgore is fun. From TS Underswap, Asgore is cool. From Crossbones, their version of Sans, is so goddamn entertaining. He is in no way underswapped. Like, he is... Like, I guess he is, because he's slightly more active than Sans is normally, but, like, well, he's a lot more active, so I guess he's underswapped, but has been randomly pausing the video. I don't know. YouTube's telling me stream's been healthy for the last couple hours, so... Yeah, I don't know. Quick question? Shoot, while I keep yapping about Underswap. So, TS Underswap, their Asgore is fun. their sands and papyrus are incredible. And the real protagonist, other than Kara, obviously, of Starlight Isles is this guy, Count Coffin K. And he has, when Undertale releases, will you play it on stream? I don't know if I'll be streaming when it releases. If it comes out while I'm on winter break, then I'll try to. If it comes out while I'm on my next summer break, absolutely. Not like an Undertale concept, I'm talking the actual game. Which will probably take a while, so Sunsun, I will play it. I promise you that. I will stream it if I can. But I'm not even gonna try to stream while I'm in a dorm room with a roommate. So, I'm not even gonna try to stream while I'm living on campus in college. So, I got nothing, sorry. I will let you know either on the Discord or on my channel community posts on the progress. Fun! Yeah, but yes, so, I'll stream it if I can. I'll certainly play it. Now, back to Underswap. So, TS Underswap, here's the thing. Asgore, fun. Sands and Papyrus, especially Crossbone Sands, so cool. Especially Crossbone Sands, so fun. Coffin K's minions, so entertaining. Harry and Larry. You can tell which one's Harry because he's Harry. You can tell which one's Larry because he's Larry. That's a joke that only makes sense in text. But if you remember, you know. If you know, you know. But TS Underswap is it's great. I'm gonna be honest. Count Coffin K left me really cold. But the game's No Mercy route, I think they call it the Ruthless route, is so fucking cool. It gives us genuine No Mercy battles against it gives us genuine No Mercy battles against Asgore, Metaton, who in this game is still a ghost called Metalot, and and Sans. I mean, Sans already had a No Mercy battle, but it's Crossbones. You know, it's different. And those fights are so cool and potentially elevated to S tier, except that I always get kind of weirded out when I'm having fun on a No Mercy route. Because that's kind of missing the point. So, K7, welcome to the stream. How's it going? You missed about the first half, maybe a little more, of... You missed the first half, maybe more, of my tier list of all the fan games I've been playing. So, TLDR from bottom up... Bitch, sorry, but literally every other frame is pausing for me. Damn, I don't know what's going on. Anyone else having that issue, or is it just Artemis? If it's just Artemis, I recommend restarting your phone. That's probably gonna fix it, hopefully. So, K7, to go over what we've done thus far. Ida Chain, I never actually played. It's interesting, but kind of just reminds me of... of classic... creepypastas like Sonic.exe. Don't Forget Connected is absolute dogshit. It is an Undertale MMORPG that completely misses the point. Raffle, I'm stuck outside of Roblox because my phone can't download it for some reason, so now I'm just... Don't Forget Connected is an interesting idea in an MMORPG, but Undertale, but MMO. but its gameplay loop is dog shit, it has no story, and it completely misses the point of Undertale. This is Cat Codes, who is someone who previously showed up in streams, and seems to have now left because because we found them annoying, basically. This was their Asgore fight. It's fine. A different Snowgrave. A pretty cool game where you take control of Noelle after an alternate Snowgrave route, where instead of I also call the Under Error 404 battle, but he has all the souls. Yeah, that's also on the tier list. A different Snowgrave. You take control of Noelle after she accidentally freezes Kris. Undertale 8 Under Error 8 souls. Cool. But it's only 7 souls because he doesn't have your soul yet. Scampton the Great, a really fun fight with a weird Jevelized Spampton. Or a weird Spamptonized Jevel? No, Jevelized Spampton. Jevelized Spampton. Sans and Papyrus's Salsa Lesson. And a fun salsa dancing minigame. It was Undertale 7 souls. Fair enough, I guess. A fun salsa dancing, a fun salsa dance simulator that makes the gameplay actually feel like a dance, but also that's secretly a Dustale fan game in disguise. Delta Traveler, a pretty cool, very interesting fan game with where Deltarune characters wind up in Undertale and Earthbound and Underfell. Bergen Truck. Driving in my truck right after a beer. Hey, that bump is shaped like a deer. It's a goofy meme game that I was expecting to put in the C tier, but it's actually really good. I had fun the entire time. And someone clearly poured their heart and soul into it. TS Underswap could be S tier if it weren't for Count Coffin K. That's what I'm gonna say. Count Coffin K left me so cold, and the writers clearly loved him and put him in so much, and I just found him annoying and found him boring and kind of annoying. Now! Stop pausing? Hell yeah. Now, Under Error Last Break. Sun. Last Break. How do I say this? Last Break is just Last Breath. It's almost exactly the same, mechanics-wise. And you should have put more leet speak in the dialogue. Like, the Under Error Last Breath, yeah, that is the first of Sun's 3 games. And it was very much just, and Last Break was originally very much just, it's just Last Breath, except with some new dialogue, some new animations, and it's a lot easier because there are gray attacks that just straight up don't hurt you. So, Last Break is kind of cool. I'm gonna put it in D tier. No, I can't put it in the same tier as that. It's so much. No, because it's not actually your game. So, Sun, it's cool, but it's not your game. And I like originality more than I like. Frankly, I would take like something like Ida Chain that is a cool, that is like interesting, kind of lame, but fully original over you basically just took someone else's game and cut out a few bits. Next. Under Error Gray Soul Training. This one was a lot better. I think the attacks were a little too slow, and the soul was too big, which made the movement a bit sluggish. But other than that, it does a good job of explaining the Gray Soul mechanic, which you said you want to put in the full Under Error. So, yeah, Last Break, Gray Soul Training, and 8 Souls are all Sun's games, and they're all in the Under Error universe. So, Gray Soul Training, you know, the funny thing about it is that Under Error Last Break is one of my most played games. I mean, I'm not shocked if someone doesn't know that you just ripped it straight from Last Breath directly. They'd probably think it's pretty cool. But I like originality. So I am putting it in D tier. It's better than Catcode's game, but that's because Catcode's game is equally unoriginal but worse. So, but Gray Soul Training, I can't put it above C tier, because I cannot put Gray Soul Training above C tier. Because I cannot put Gray Soul Training above C tier. Because the movement was sluggish, and the attacks were very simple and repetitive. But at first I didn't know how to friggin' put all 3 phase games for 404 into one, other than ripping from Last Breath at the time. That's fair. I get it. I do. But you asked me to rank these fairly, so I'm ranking them fairly. Pippus indeed. Gray Soul Training. Again, slow attacks, but cool. And then 8 Souls is, again, can't put it above C tier because it's kind of slow, it's kind of sluggish, and the attacks are kind of weird. But they did speed up in the update. I think I remember that, but it's still sluggish, and the attacks are still very simple. The attacks are still repetitive here, so I can't put it above C tier, but it's interesting mechanics-wise, it's visually pretty cool, and remember the recent update for Gray Soul Training? Yeah, I remember. And it's still sluggish, and the attacks are still repetitive. The attacks go a little faster, especially the Gaster Blasters, but it's still sluggish. Meanwhile, this uses the Gray Soul mechanic well, plays with the glitchy nature of the game in a really interesting way, and is overall just better. Now, the attacks are still extremely repetitive, and the fight still takes objectively too long. You should never repeat the attacks that many times if the opponent isn't healing. And in this game, the opponent is never healing. So if the opponent's not healing, you should never repeat the attacks that often. As long as the fight is progressing, the fight should be progressing, if that makes any sense. The opponent does sorry. Okay, what I mean by that is that in an Undertale / Deltarune fight, the fight is always, yeah, I know it's healing, but what I'm saying is that if the player is progressing the fight, then the attacks shouldn't repeat that much. They can repeat a little bit, but they shouldn't repeat that much. Healing, as in taking your turn to use a food item instead of an act or an attack, that is that is healing. And if they're healing, then it's fair game to repeat the attacks. But if the fight is progressing, which because of how this game works it always is, then the attacks shouldn't repeat that much. Do you know what I'm saying? Alright. Moving on. Undercards! To the shock of absolutely nobody. Undercards is going S tier. Easy! I have been playing this game so fucking much. Undercards, yeah, exactly, need they say more? Undercards is so good. I love it so much. You've seen how much I love it. It's the only thing I've been playing for the past, 3 weeks. Rules card cameo. Yeah. Yeah, it's so peak. We played it for so many streams. It's so endlessly continuable without ever getting boring. It's a card game. I fucking love trading card games. It's Undercards. I don't need to elaborate. It's fucking Undercards. Obviously, it's incredible. Next, Undertale Rad. The OG. The oldest, the first ever Undertale fan game. I think B tier. Yeah. Undertale Red is, it's interesting, you know? You just somehow, the story doesn't really matter. Or at least the context doesn't matter. You go out of your way. Fuck, I gotta pay. Chat, I'm sorry, but I gotta run to the bathroom. BRB, and then we will continue discussing Undertale Red. Okay, I'm back. Hell yeah, remember to unmute the mic. Okay. So, real gun. Could be interesting. Alright, so, Undertale rad. Yeah, B tier feels right. So, Undertale rad. You just wind up in some weird out-of-bounds area, extremely missing no. Extremely missing no. Like, you are extremely retro video games, you end up in an area and there's a secret boss. You know, so, kind of the same energy as So Sorry. And Undertale Red, cool, you fight like this weird Little Red Riding Hood character. And she's, honestly, she's really fun. Like, the fight has a pacifist version and a Geno version. I never beat the Geno version because it's a lot harder. But the pacifist version, you know, it's fun. She's, like, terrified, not because she's terrified that you're gonna kill her, but because she doesn't want to have to hate you, but you're a human. But she's been hearing that this human is nice, but she's a Royal Guard member. She's supposed to kill you. So, and you gradually break down her shell and teach her that it's okay. And, like, the ballad patterns are honestly pretty solid. You know, like, it was fun. It didn't overstay its welcome. It wasn't too wildly difficult, but it was fun. Honestly, I think it goes above Different Snowgrave. It doesn't beat Scampin' the Great, but beats Snowgrave. It beats Different Snowgrave, because it's a single fight game that also, when you equip the real gun in Undertale, your character automatically becomes Kara instead of being Frisk. So, yeah, Undertale Red, there's not a ton to say about it. It's fun, you know? It is an entertaining, enjoyable game. Last Breath. It's in the honorable mentions because I barely played any of it. But I think in the honorable mentions, it's going below. Last Breath, for those of you who don't know, is the game that Sun's Under Error Last Break was built from. And the concept of Last Breath is Kara has been doing hundreds of genocide routes until suddenly something changes. A tedious, boring, out-of-character plotline that we've heard, I at least have heard many times before. So I think Last Breath... Like, Last Breath is cool. I definitely get why people like it. It does a lot of really cool, weird stuff. Also, not to mention, you're locked in the Geno route, and many bullet holes will be visible on the Mercy button when the weapon is equipped. Damn, that's really cool. But yeah, so, Last Breath, it's interesting, like, gameplay-wise. Its story is dog shit, but people don't play for the story. Like, a game like this, people play for the story. A game like this, people maybe play for the story. A game like this, or this, people obviously play for the story. A game like this, people play because they want a really fucking difficult boss fight. And it certainly delivers on that. Still here just yapping about the epic cycle to a friend right now. Very in character for me. But the stream is still open and I'm listening. Awesome. And yes, that is very in character for you. Gang, drink water. I have been yapping even more than usual. So we're about 3 hours into the stream, and I've not even finished my first water bottle yet. Right. So, again, like, just to finish it out, Last Breath does interesting stuff with, like, the battlefield. Like, it literally flips the screen upside down and sideways at a couple of different points. And it's interesting. I don't find it but, again, story is non-existent, which is all I care about, and also I didn't beat it. Or even come close. Now, Undertale Yellow, I mean, was there ever any question where Undertale Yellow was gonna go? The second or third fan game that I ever played on this channel, and easily the best. Like, Undercards is great. It is. But Undertale Yellow is on a whole different level to anything else. Like, if there were more stuff on here, like, if we'd played, like, a dozen more fan games, and there was more stuff that deserved S tier, I would put Undertale Yellow in its own tier. That is how fucking good it is. I was 100% expecting that Undertale Yellow was gonna be the top of S tier. Oh yeah, obviously. It's like, what's there to even say? Interesting bullet patterns, new soul types, it's not new soul colors, but but there's a lot of new stuff with soul mechanics. Yeah, need they say more? Fun, compelling characters, Clover being fucking incredible. The only thing this game has against it is that it doesn't have a meta-narrative. But, like, because it doesn't have a meta-narrative, because it's not trying to unpack a player-protagonist dynamic, it can just be a really fucking good game in the Undertale universe. It's so cool. It's so cool. I was interested in the game because I saw it was Undertale with a gun. Yeah, so, Undertale Yellow, again, chat, need I even say more? It's Undertale Yellow. It's the only game on this list that I think holds a candle to the point that it might it holds a big enough candle that it might actually be better than Undertale. I don't necessarily think it is, but I think it might be. And that is really impressive. So, I saw it was a lot more and I was like, oh hell yeah. Real. And like, every single character is so compelling. So good, I had to go from my yap session to type that. Yeah. Undertale Yellow, so good you had to stop yapping about the epic cycle. That's how you know it's good. Artemis needed to stop yapping about the epic cycle to talk about how good it is. UTDR fan games. That's a very good measure of how good something is. Yeah. Alright. We got the image saved. I'm literally gonna start the download of Undertale Yellow as soon as the stream ends. That's so real! Alright, not new tab. Duplicate tab. Okay, but also, like, here is me genuinely ranking the games by how good they are. But here's the thing. Making games is hard. Every single one of these developers, even you, put in... Even you. Every single one of these developers put in so much work and poured their heart into making these games that were never gonna make them any money, and that a lot of people were gonna look at as being stupid. So here is my ranking. So this is my, like, I'm genuinely don't forget it's so hard to compliment, bro. Bro had to get that intense to do it. Yeah, seriously. Like, here's my ranking based on how good I think the games are. But also, an equally valid ranking for it. This... I'm sorry, I'm laughing at my own joke. I cannot bring myself to put Don't Forget any higher than C tier. Even when I'm doing my whole, like... Even when I'm doing my whole, every developer worked really hard on this, every developer deserves praise for this. But yeah. Every single person who made a game, whether their game was Undertale Yellow, or... I just made my day with that joke alone. I'm glad. But yeah, whether your game is Undertale Yellow, or and suddenly Sans looks at me with his hyper-realistic eyes. Every single one of these developers, and Sun, you are included in that, every single one of these developers put work in to make these games. I have never programmed a video game. Every single one of these developers has. I'm gonna real quick screenshot that and put it in the Discord for no reason whatsoever. You know, every single one of these developers put in the work. They made a game, and it's like, for many, many years I've been doing Taekwondo, and for the past couple of years I've been sparring very consistently. So, now that is being said, the comparison I like to give for this is, when I'm at sparring, I congratulate every single person who fights. Whether they win, or they lose every match, or they never... Whether they win every match, or they lose every match. When I'm fighting people, whether they win every match, or whether they lose every match, or whether they never even score a point, I congratulate every single person who shows up to my sparring classes. I give them a fist bump, and I say, good fighting. Because it is impressive just to show up. Because whether or not you're a great fighter, whether or not you're even a competent fighter, it takes guts to show up to a class where people are going to be fighting you for an hour. It takes guts to show up and put yourself out there and be willing to learn and be willing to fight and probably get a little bruised in the process. No matter what else, that is impressive. So I always say that whether or not you're fighting, whether or not you're fighting well, if you show up and you fight, you're doing a good job. Because you're just winning. Or, not just because you're winning just by being there. There we go. You are winning just by being there. Because you are winning by showing up and putting in the work. Because that by itself takes guts, and that by itself is really impressive. And this is the same way. If Don't Forget weren't so fucking bad, I'd put it there, but I cannot bring myself to, because Don't Forget is dog shit. But even Don't Forget, I brought up a few tiers, because even that is, because, like, they coded a full Undertale-based MMORPG. That's really fucking impressive. I don't think the product was very good. As a matter of fact, I think the product might be the worst thing I've ever played. But they did it. And just like the woman who shows up to my sparring classes, and I'm not sure I've ever seen win a match, but who shows up very consistently almost every week, just like that, the developers of Don't Forget Connected I'm sorry, no, I can't! It's bad! But, and here's to you, because forgiveness is a nice thing to do. That was the energy there. But, seriously, every single person who makes a fan game, or any game for that matter, and puts it out there for people to play. Exactly. They put work in. Yeah, they put work in, but the game sucks ass. Yes. But they put the work in, and they tried their damnedest to make something they believed in. And they put the work in, and they tried their... I'm sorry, but just spitting out facts, talking about Don't Forget, yeah. But again, whether your game is Undertale Yellow, or your game is... And then Sans looked at me with his hyper-realistic eyes and said, "You're about to have a bad time." Putting in the work and putting your game out there is impressive. But because putting the game out there takes guts. Because there's always gonna be people like me who are saying that Don't Forget, I cannot in good conscience put Don't Forget above C tier because it's so bad. There are always gonna be people who say that Undertale Yellow has a bad genocide route and that makes it a bad game. There are always people who are going to be detractors no matter your game. So putting your work out there, ready for people to experience and criticize and draw their own opinions on. Imagine first try Tenna. I can't imagine it, Banana, because I did that. I spit in Kris's face. They kept saying I wasn't gonna be ready for Tenna, and then I did. If work is put in, then it's cool, but if the game is also so bad, it literally cannot be ranked higher than it sucks. That's what you always say, huh? That feels pretty specific. Like, yes, the game is bad, and I cannot put it in S tier the way I'm putting everything else. Even pathetically boring Last Breath and wildly cringy Ida Chang. Those two if we're talking about the tier list, then yeah. I mean, fair enough, I guess. Yeah, so... Again, putting in the work is always impressive, and putting the game out there is always impressive. Because it takes guts. You have to be willing to accept a large amount of criticism. You have to be willing to accept a large amount of people saying that your game sucks ass. No matter how good the game is. Well, no matter how good the game is. There's always gonna be people saying it sucks ass. I know there are some people for whom Don't Forget is one of their favorite Undertale fan games, because they love MMOs. I think those people are insane, but there are people like that. And in the same way, there are always gonna be people like me who say that Don't Forget sucks ass. If work has been put in, and then it's genuinely a good game because it's impressive. Exactly. If work has been put in, then that by itself is impressive. So again, this is my real tier list of genuinely ranking how I think these games stack up against one another. But this is how I rank it based on... But this is how I rank it based on... But this is how I rank it based on logic, this is how I rank it based on emotion. Because genuinely, every single one of these games was made by a developer who cared about learning to program, or who really loved Last Breath, or who really loved driving in my truck right after a beer, or who found their idea so interesting, or who just had a really damn good story to tell. So every single one of these developers put the work in. Every single one of these developers tried their damnedest, and every single one of these developers opened themselves up to people like me putting Don't Forget Connected in the dogshit tier. So, like, to the shock of absolutely no one, these are my top two, and to the shock of absolutely no one, this is my bottom one. But, every single one of these games was made by a developer who cared. Every single one of these games was made by a developer who wanted to make a good game. Every single one of these games was made by a developer who really cared about Undertale or Deltarune in their own way. So every single one of these games is impressive just for that. Wow. Okay. 9:20 p.m. Artemis might already be in bed. If they're not, then they're probably gonna go to bed soon. Sun said that... Sun, I just realized I never asked your... You are still here, Artemis. Sun, I just realized I never asked your pronouns. Banana is here for at least another couple hours. Well, for about another couple hours. Pronouns. What are your pronouns? Sun, what are your pronouns? Sun's here for a little longer. Hey, him. Cool. Alright. So... one more match? Alright. Sun, I wasn't necessarily asking. I go to the bravery deck. I don't even remember the bravery deck. I think it's a taunt deck, but I'm not sure. Sun, I wasn't even necessarily asking you, but but sure, yeah, let's go another round. Alright, Sun, let's do this. Come at me, bro. Yeah, so one more match against Sun, and then I think I'm probably gonna go to just chatting for a little while. One more time. One more time. One more time. Alright. Ready for round 2? Let's do this. Fair enough, I guess. You didn't attack? Alright then. Works for me, I guess. Kris, you're finally back. Okay, we did the tier list without you. So after this match against Sun, I'll show you the tier list and talk you through my decisions. If you want to see in more detail, you can... Yeah, sorry, Kris, but, you were taking a really long time. But yeah, sorry, bro. You're taking too long. Banana, you did what? Did I just first try Tenna and die? You did Tenna? You first tried Tenna after dying 5 times to fucking water cooler. You were taking too long. Indeed, indeed. You were indeed taking too long. There's been a cigarette. No way you're doing Roaring Night. That's so fair, though. I summon a Ralsei dummy. I cast Strength. Crap, I could have done Ralsei dummy and Strength and a shield. Oh well. Alright. That one song is related to... Oh shit, that one song is related to death. Raise up your bat? You just noticed that raise up your bat, which literally has the Lost Girl motif, is related to death? You just noticed that? Oh, Lost Girl is... It's in the fucking name. It's about a lost girl. Roaring Night has Nightmare Night motifs and didn't notice until I realized the main track is chase.ogg. Huh. Okay, I need to deal with bloody train. So I bought this weird PS5 flash drive looking thing that lets me emulate like 1,000 retro ROMs. It's not even a scam thing. Cool. Pyrope is just about going to survive this. Just about. $29 for about $860 worth of old games. Hot damn! Good game, son. Wow! You beat me. I was honestly, like, got shocked I was using a deck I didn't even remember the contents of. But yeah, good game. Alright, Kris. Here is my phone. Only more than that, but I'm just looking at SNES and Mega Drive. Yeah, you had a plan, alright. And fortunately, y'all won't see me playing Chapter 4. Yeah, it was fun hearing you live tweeting about it, or live texting about it, like, live chatting, I guess. Feel free to live chat about that in the Discord, although maybe do that. Although, if you didn't kill Tree, either way, you would have been dead. Yeah. Yeah. Banana, wait, Banana, you're not in the Discord. Right. Whoops. Alright, Kris. I'm probably gonna end stream, like, fairly soon. But first, Kris, I'm gonna show you, what my thought process was for each of these games. So, why is Undertale yellow at the top? Because Undertale Yellow is the best fan game I've ever played. One of the best games I've ever played. It is the only game on this list that I genuinely think, might actually be better than Undertale. So, at the very bottom, the honorable mentions tier is, this is interesting, but I didn't play enough of it to really get a sense. Last Breath seemed interesting. I think the story doesn't make any sense, but the gameplay of it looked cool, even if it was too damn difficult. Sunsun, you're headed to bed? Good night. Thank you so much for tuning into my streams over all these years. Or, all these years? What the fuck am I talking about? All these, like, weeks, I guess. Best Undertale AU? I mean, yeah, Deltarune. Yeah, peace out, Sunsun. Thanks for tuning into my stream. Thanks for tuning into all my streams. Yeah, I don't know why I said that. But thanks for tuning into my streams over these few weeks. It feels like longer. Sunsun, you fit in so perfectly, you feel like you've been at my chat for a while, even if you haven't. Artemis, good night to you as well. Thank you for tuning in for these months. Streams have been peak. I'm glad you've helped make them so. Kris, you hope we can get in one final undercards match? Hell yeah. Alright. Yeah, Last Breath. Honorable mention, because I didn't play very much of it. You know I'm gonna be here for the Twitch streams, right? Hell yeah, but again, like, this is not just me leaving YouTube because of the boycott. This is also me leaving YouTube because I'm going to college soon and won't be able to stream when I'm at college. Last Breath, good gameplay, story doesn't make any sense. Very mediocre, but compelling gameplay. I can see what you're thinking with this. These are fair ratings. Yeah, and Ida Chain, didn't play. I put above Last Breath because it had an overworld component. It had more of a story. Yeah. Later, Sun. See you around. Don't forget connected, Kris. Stay ultra, Sun, and peace out. Yes, Chapter 3 was so fucking good. For real. Kris, you don't even need to explain. You don't even need me to explain Don't Forget. This, you were here for it. You're the one who gave us the, as a skeleton it's missing small but integral bones, compared to Sans it's a horrible failure. Kris, you're the one who gave us that quote. You know why Don't Forget is so bad. If you want to hear me rant about that, it's earlier on the stream. You can go find that. You can download the VOD, because I'm gonna end stream before midnight, so you can download the VOD and then watch it on your own time during the boycott. Alright. This Asgore represents Cat Codes' Asgore fight, which I thought was fine. You know, it was better than Don't Forget, but that's an incredibly low bar. But, like, it was fine, you know? It was a little slow and a little repetitive, but but for someone's, like, third attempt ever at programming something, it was pretty good. Last Break is out of all the, Under-Error games, Last Break is the lowest, simply because... Last Break is the lowest, so simply because it was just Last Breath, but slightly different. So, while it's good, what's good about it is just Last Breath, and I like originality. Then, Sun's Gray Soul Training. Kris, just to make sure, you are still here, right? You're still hearing me talk about all this? Yeah, cool. Gray Soul Training was better than Last Break because, like, it was worse than Last Break as its own game. You're still here, cool. It was worse than Last Break as its own game, but that's because Last Break was just Last Breath, and Gray Soul Training is original. So, the originality of Gray Soul Training makes me put it in C tier compared to Last Break in D tier. And, like, it's still a little sluggish, but and a little repetitive, but it's fine. And then Error 404 8 Souls, or Under Error 8 Souls, is pretty good. It's better than Gray Soul Training because there's more going on, but it's still very repetitive. So I left it in C tier. Then A Different Snowgrave. I don't know if you were here when I played Different Snowgrave. It was one of the, quite possibly the first fan game it was the second fan game I played. So, Different Snowgrave, it's a single fight, and not as good a single fight as either of these three. But, I mean, you can see my bias. The only three full story overworld segments are pretty much my top three in the sense of regular fan games. Because these two are a whole different beast. Yeah, Different Snowgrave was perfectly solid single fight. Not the best, but it's interesting. Has some mediocre Spamton dialogue, but has some not great Spamton dialogue, but it's an interesting premise. And the fight's kind of boring, but not too bad. Undertale Red, quite interesting, especially considering that it was made just a few months after Undertale, and it was literally the first ever Undertale fan game. Undertale Red is quite solid. You know, like, it's not the best, but it's quite solid. Scampton the Great. Scampton the Great, I don't think you saw me watch, I don't think you saw me play, Kris, but it's fun. You know, it is the first out of all of this, other than the two with the Gray Soul, it is the first out of everything on here to introduce a unique soul mode. And as a matter of fact, I think it's the only, other than Undertale Yellow, it's the only one on here, again, Gray Soul notwithstanding, to have a unique soul mode. Just so you know, these four I was thinking of differently because they weren't someone worked hard on this for years and then went out of their way to publish it. Saved in Kris's room, I'm done with Deltarune for today. That's fair. So, everything outside of these four... Oh, god damn it. Little sneak preview of my other ranking for them, Kris. Yeah, Soul's just chilling in your room, Kris. Yes, I'll do Gerson just because I want to. He looks fun. Real! But yeah, so... So yeah, Scampton the Great, the first out of everything other than these two to have a unique soul mode, and the only one other than these two and Yellow to have a unique soul mode. And it's interesting, you know? It's fun. It's not crushingly difficult like Last Breath. It's more difficult than these two, but it's not crushingly difficult, and it's fun. And it's, Scampton's just well designed. Exactly. Then Salsa Battle. If the highest rank, my highest, in my opinion, the best single fight boss I've played. The best single fight boss I've played because as I said when I watched it, this fight feels like a dance, which is really impressive. And then the fight feels like a dance. And then also the fight is, the fight in and of itself is, it's fun, and then the trippy stuff at the end, and then suddenly this is actually a Dusttale game. It was nice, and it, I hated it in the moment, but it's grown on me as I've thought about it. Delta Traveler. The worst out of the three, full gameplay fan games, well, out of the four, technically, but don't forget, doesn't count. But, yeah, Delta Traveler, its No Mercy route is absolute dog shit. You were here for this, Kris. You remember the Ruthless route and how absolutely garbage it was. But Delta Traveler, it's cool. And it's enjoyable. I had fun with it. And it has some interesting meta-narrative stuff. It's interesting, even if it's not as good as the next two. Bergen Truck, I was genuinely surprised, but as I was thinking about it, I was like, this game, I had a smile on my face pretty much the entire time I was playing this game. It was just so fun. Almost every other game on here, or all these other games, I can at least think of moments where I didn't like them. Even these two. Delta Traveler, I already went over how bad the Ruthless route is, and Salsa Battle, Salsa Battle is like all of these three. It just gets tedious doing the same fight after a while. But Bergen Truck was fun. But Bergen Truck was made by the devs for Green Sands. Huh. And yeah, Bergen Truck was clearly the dev or devs, I'm not sure, but the people, whoever made Bergen Truck clearly put a lot of work in, and they made a short, fun game. And honestly, it ended up being more fun than a lot of the rest of these. Is it objectively better? No, I think if I were trying to look at this as close to objectively as possible, a lot of these would probably be above it. But I'm not. And it's fun. Bergen Truck is like a Flash game. Exactly! And I grew up playing Flash games, man. Cool math games and stuff like that. That was my childhood. So that is what that felt like. TS Underswap. The only reason it's not an S tier is because I do not like Count Coffin K. Everything else about this game is near perfect. The sprite art is so good, the meta-narrative is so good, the No Mercy route is so fun, Crossbones is so good, Harry and Larry are so good. I had no cool math games, so I just played Papa's Pizzeria on random sites. Ah, fun. D1, Count Coffin, K Hater. Shane! Hey, buddy, you showed up truly right at the end. I've already done the whole tier list. I'm just going over it for Kris now. Will now be the third time I've done it, but to explain all these very briefly. Last Breath, honorable mention because I didn't play it that much, but it's interesting. Ida Chain, you missed a lot, Chain. But Ida Chain, feels like an old school creepypasta, but its story makes more sense than Last Breath. Don't forget Connected. Truly absolute dog shit. It's one of the worst games I've ever played. Completely misses the point of Undertale while also not having an entertaining story or having a compelling gameplay loop in any way. Cat Codes. I don't know if Cat Codes was here while you were, but Cat Codes is Asgore fan game. Clearly put in work, better than Don't Forget that that's not a high bar. Slow down. Sorry. Cat Codes Asgore fight. Fun. Not great, but please come back for streaming. When the boycott ends, I will stream more. Or alternatively, if the boycott still isn't over, when I'm on winter break and I'm home from college, I'll stream then on Twitch. But yeah, no, I'm not gonna be able to stream for the next while. Sorry. Yeah, Cat Codes Asgore fight. Repetitive, not that interesting, but kind of fun. Under Error Last Break. This is the first of Sun's 3 games. It's good, but the only reason it's good is because it was built from the bones of Last Breath. And I like originality. If the boycott lasts, will you be active in your Discord server? Shameless plug. Probably, yeah. Like, I don't know how active I'll be, but I'll probably be pretty active. Unless I'm too damn busy. Yeah, Last Break is fun. You should bring your best deck to the final Undercards match. Do you like the original Star Walker? Yeah, I like the original Star Walker. Alright, yeah, Last Break is good, except that it's completely unoriginal. Grey Soul Training. Better because like, a worse game, but a better game because it's original. And it's kind of sluggish and very repetitive, but it's solid. Under Error 8 Souls. Good. It's good. It is a good game. Very repetitive, but otherwise pretty good. A Different Snowgrave. This was one of the first ones I played. Where's Undertale Yellow at? Oh, buddy, you'll see. Different Snowgrave. Very fun. Very fun. Not... well, no. Very interesting. Not the most fun. It just gets kind of repetitive after a while. Undertale Red. A simple single-fight fan game where you go off into some out-of-bounds area and fight a Royal Guards girl, clearly based on Red Riding Hood, who clearly who was afraid of you, not because she expected you to kill her, but because she expected you to not kill her, and she wasn't prepared to deal with a human who was nice. It's fun. Bullet patterns are solid. Scamped in the Great. Just so well designed. Game oozes with personality. Oozes with personality, has a really interesting soul gimmick, and it's just fun. Sans and Papyrus Salsa Training. The game feels like a dance. The fight feels like a dance. Enough said. Delta Traveler, pretty first of the ones that actually has overworld stuff. Pitch talking faster than 10 up roll, I swear to God, because I just went over this with Kris. I just went over this with Kris. Delta Traveler, a lot of fun. Start over the room of getting fine. Last Breath, fun, but I didn't play it very much, and it looks cool. Ida Chain, creepypasta. Don't forget Connected, absolute dog shit. Catcode's Asgore fight, cool but not super original. Last Break, cool but not the slightest bit original. Great Soul Training, more original but very repetitive and sluggish. Much less sluggish, Control feels a lot better, but still very repetitive. Even less repetitive, but still very repetitive. A Different Snowgrave, cool, not the most interesting, but cool. A dogshit level just for one game, indeed, indeed. Paige woke up and chose violence, seriously. Undertale Red, cool. Fun bullet patterns, good character. Scampton the Great, oozes with personality. Salsa Battle, feels like a dance. Delta Traveler, cool meta-narrative. Really fun character interactions. Genuinely entertaining fights that aren't too difficult, but are difficult. I'm not gonna restart again, Shane, I'm not gonna restart again! Delta Traveler. A lot of fun. I really enjoyed my time with it. And the only thing that keeps it from being higher is that it has an absolute dog shit no mercy route. Now that doesn't diminish it a ton for me, keeps it from being here, basically, but it does have a really bad evil route. Delta Traveler has a really, really bad evil route, and that diminishes it slightly, but otherwise, like, it's not the most original, but it's fun. I enjoyed my time with it. Yeah, exactly, Shane, I need to sleep. Also, we have 2 hours until the boycott begins, Shane. We have 2 hours until the boycott begins. Burden truck, drive it in my truck right after a beer. Hey, that bump is shaped like a deer. It reminds me of Flash games. Like, it reminds me of the sort of, like, cool math games, Mills Eagles shit that I grew up on. So, it's a lot of fun for that. It's the same energy as, like, Shane, our mutual buddy, who I'm not gonna say his name on stream because he hasn't said he's not said he's cool with that. But Shane, our mutual buddy who did those movies with you, one of them with you, for our film study class. His movies reminded, yeah, you know who I'm talking about. His movies reminded me of that, like, classic, of that classic early 2000, he's leaving for college tomorrow? God damn, give him my love, buddy, give him my love. Yeah, exactly, YTP-ass movies. They reminded me of that, like, early 2000s style, YouTube movies, like Sammy Classic Sonic Fan Adventure. Stuff like that. And I love that stuff. And in the same way, Bergen Truck, it's dumb, it's silly, but I had a smile on my face the whole time, because it reminds me of a classic Flash game that I would have played in elementary school to pass the time while waiting for the bus. So, it was fun, and I really enjoyed it. Now we get to the truly excellent. TS Underswap. Love stupid games because either way you'll enjoy it even if you just get a stupid prize. Exactly! TS Underswap. TS Underswap Shane, I don't know how much of it you were here for, but TS Underswap was a lot of fun. Because TS Underswap, like, every single major character minus one was so cool. Ruins Asgore. Underswap Ruins Asgore was a lot of fun. Evil Temmie was so fucking funny. The meta-narrative was so cool. Crossbones! Oh my god, Superhero Sans! Literally! Ultra Pitch VODs to chill/study 2. Start downloading, buddy, we got 2 hours left! From TS Underswap. From much fun. Crossbones. Oh my god, Crossbones! From literal Comic Sans. He was so fun. I loved him, and his fight was like the Sans fight, but easier and also different. It wasn't just Sans but easier. It was Sans but quite different, more superhero themed. It was a lot of fun. What else? Yeah, the meta-narrative was cool. The couple of times when Kara wants to say something and we force them to say something else. What else? Harry and Larry, so fun. My only issue was Count Coffin K. Knockoff Dracula who thinks he's so much cooler than he is, and who the devs think is so much cooler than he is. You want to talk about Pidge woke up this morning and shows violence? My stance on Count Coffin K is Pidge woke up this morning and shows violence. Count Coffin K was just not that interesting. And the devs clearly thought he was so cool, and he just wasn't. And they shoved him down our throats for like 3 hours. Ain't nobody beating Von Willebrand. Yeah, so TS Underswap was great, except for him. I did not like Count Coffin K, and that is the only thing that keeps this game from being S tier. Then, Undercards. Bro, do I even need to explain? Undercards is the #1 thing I've played. Out of everything on here, it is the thing I have played for by far the longest. It's so much fun. It's so cool. It's a TCG. We all know how much I love trading card games. It's so good. It's so good. And then, at the very top, to the surprise of absolutely nobody, Undertale Yellow. Great characters the whole way through. Toby Fox-ass dialogue the whole way through. Compelling, fun bullet patterns the whole way through. Shane bringing me ice cream the whole way through. Undertale Yellow was so good. It is the only game on this list that I genuinely think might be better than... It is the only game on this list that I honestly think might be better than Undertale. I don't necessarily think it is, but I think it might be. And that by itself speaks volumes. It was definitely top 5 nights of my summer. Bro, same. And as we get ready to go off our separate ways, that stream is gonna be something that I'm thinking about for a while. Yeah. Love you, gang. Shane, you're awesome. Thanks for being here for all my streams. Kris, you're awesome. Thanks for being here for all my streams. Sunsun and Artemis have gone to bed, but those two are also awesome. You'll visit me in college? Hell yeah, buddy. Hell yeah. Peaketh. Peaketh indeed. God. Do I take carrier pigeon? Yeah, Undertale Yellow. So fucking good. But this is my real ranking. Honestly ranking all of these games based on how genuinely good they are. But also, here is another equally valid way of ranking them. Every single one. I'm sorry, this second time I've made that joke, and I still find it funny. You gotta go? Okay, so, yeah, I really don't like Don't Forget. It deserves that for real. Like, this is my, so, just to, Shane, before you leave, just for me to quickly explain this, every single one of these games was made by a developer who cared about their craft. Every single one of these games was made by a developer who wanted to make something good. Or in a couple of cases, just wanted to learn to program. But every single one of these games was made by a developer who really cared about something. Every single one of these games was made by a developer who was willing to put themselves out there in a way that by itself is impressive. So you want to see my rankings based on genuinely how good I think the games are? It's here. This is my tier list of recommendations. What you want to see, put DFC lower. Oh, Don't Forget Connected. I mean, it's in the dog shit tier on my real one. Yeah. Bro woke up this morning and chose violence, for real. But yeah, so, every single one of these games was, including this one, every single one of these games was made by one or a few developers. None of these games had a very big team. Every single one of these games was made by one or a few developers. Banana, think of it like a keypad on a phone. There's your answer. Every single one of these games was made by a developer who cared. Every single one of these games was made by someone who put their best foot forward and tried their damnedest to make something that they thought was gonna be worth our time. Every single developer made a game that they thought was good enough to be worth putting on the internet for people like me to criticize and say that it was terrible. Kindness, justice, integrity, perseverance, bravery, and last but not least, determination. You forgot patience. Patience, kindness, justice, integrity, perseverance, and last but not least, determination. And yeah, every single one of these developers had all of those things. They cared about their craft. So they were patient, dealing with people, talking to them about. As someone who's been doing something that a lot of people have, as someone who's been doing a passion project for years that a lot of people have said is a waste of time, they had to deal with a lot of patience, and a lot of perseverance to deal with people saying that. They had, I don't know how justice really ties in, They had integrity, sticking to what they thought made a good game. They bravely put themselves out there, even when their games were going to be open to so much criticism. Honestly, might get the hearts tattooed on my bicep. That's so real. Honestly. Yeah. Yes, a good game deserves its praise, its justice. So yeah, every single developer had patience, kindness, justice, integrity, perseverance, bravery, and determination. Every single developer put in the work. Every single developer put the stuff out there. Every single developer tried their absolute damnedest to make something that they were proud of. This game, all of these games, were made by people who cared. And all of these games were made by people who were willing to put in the work. And that by itself is impressive. So I guess this is goodbye. Yeah, Shane. I guess it is. For a while. For quite a while. Yeah. I mean, I'm still gonna be on stream for at least another half hour, because Kris and I are gonna have a match. But stay Ultra Pigeon, Ultra fans. Hell yeah. Stay Ultra Shane. Never stop being a nerd. Nerding out will keep us happy. Hell yeah. Alright. Wait. Alright. No. Alright, Kris. Let's do this. One last time. Here's all au revoir. Au revoir indeed. Au revoir indeed. Shane, thank you for showing up to all these streams. Thank you for showing up to my house with ice cream that one time. That was so unexpected and I loved it. Yeah, I'll never forget that either, Shane. Don't forget. Don't forget. Keep it real, dude. You cool. Don't forget it. Keep your head up in the computer. Anatomy was amazing. Yeah, yeah, our anatomy class was so much fun. Oh, Shane, that girl who sat next to us, I'm not gonna say her name for the same reason I didn't say our other friend's name, but, but that room, we both got the place we were trained. Nice. Nice. And that's quite fitting for my last match on stream for quite some time. But yeah, so Yeah. Yeah. So yeah. See you in Discord chats, VCs, and memes. Yeah. And yeah, that anatomy class. What? You gotta be fucking kidding me. Yeah. That anatomy class we had together, Shane, was so much fun, and I'm gonna miss that. I'm gonna miss you, Shane. Honestly, Kris, I assume I'm pretty sure you already knew this, but just in case you didn't, Shane and I knew each other from IRL from an anatomy class we took from 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 an anatomy class that we took our senior year of high school. So yeah, that's why Shane knew where I lived to come to drop off the ice cream and everything. Yeah, the Pidge lore is real. Seriously. Yeah, Pidge lore is so real indeed. Yeah, Shane, heartbreak, but it refused. But it refused. Indeed. Hell yeah, bro. See you at your wedding. Someone copy of this. Someone copy it. Yep. Everyone in chat, everyone in the Discord, everyone's invited to Shane's wedding. Can't wait. Summon a copy of this with +2 attack. Turn and lose this also. Oh. I need 4 pieces of cake and pass out. I talked too long. I want a laser tag, but with swords. That would be fun. Not. God damn, Kris. God damn. Stronger than Sans. For real. Fucking Flowey. Fucking Flowey. Nope, screw Mike. Fair enough. The mic fight is really fucking annoying. It's so cool. It's a lot of fun. One of the most creative fights I've ever seen. But it's so annoying. Sometimes. Holy shit. Already, Kris? God damn! Mike Schmidt, indeed, indeed. Better now than never. Yeah? Right. Royal Guard 4 is going to kill your certificate. Lost Papyrus is going to do 1 damage to Soulless Kris, and then Asgore is going to finish the job. Da 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 da, da da da. What, but it refused. Oh, hell yeah. I can count. Yeah, I think it's worth it. Test of Will. Deal damage to all monsters equal to their HP. Yes, I did just play Tenno without his ability. Hang on. Huh. Yeah, you did. How did that even... Huh. Don't ask how. Huh. Kris, I'm sorry, I desperately need to pee. I'm gonna surrender this game, go to BRB, and then we can try again when I return. I'm sorry, I really need to pee. Sorry. Shit, sorry, I forgot to unmute the mic. Like, and the thing is, I was also being very, like, I also wasn't saying a ton. So it was simultaneously, I was muted and very quiet. RYG Yellow. Hello, welcome to the stream. You showed up pretty damn close to the end, probably, but good having you here. How's it going? What's the stream about? Like right now we're playing Undercards, which is a trading card game with Undertale and Deltarune characters. But also, but more broadly, this stream has kind of just been me saying farewell, because as you can see in the title, this is gonna be my final stream. So, a lot of this, like, earlier in the stream, I did a tier list of earlier in the stream, I did a tier list of all the Undertale Deltarune fan games I've been playing. Why is this the last stream? It's twofold. This Saturday was already gonna be the last stream, because I'm going off to college soon, but then also YouTube started trying to implement those new AI age verification policies that I fucking hate. So I, along with a lot of other people, am boycotting YouTube starting tomorrow. So this is, in addition to this being my last stream before I go to college, this is also the last stream before the YouTube boycott begins. Come on, Kris, swing at my pebble. I dare ya. God damn it. Oh, you've gotta be fucking kidding me. Soulless Kris already? This is my only thing with haste. Only 5 away. Yes, you are. You're not gonna like what I just got? Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. After this, I also got a pretty low-level plant deck if you're willing to go for round 3. I don't think so. Yeah. Dark Zone. Da 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 da. Yeah. Yeah, because accountability is pretty useful. I'm just trying to survive at this point. Like, I'm under no delusions that I'm likely to win. I'm just hoping to not die. Wouldn't it be funny if I stole your papyrus? Oh no. Is it TV time? Hang on a sec. How did you know I had royal papyrus? How did you know that I had royal papyrus? Are you stream sniping? Kris, are you stream sniping me? It was on the magic as I typed that. Ah, okay. Like, I was already viewing your hand. Fair enough. I'm fucked. It's the one to go with. Wouldn't it be funny if I used your own card to kill all your monsters? Wouldn't it be funny if you were taking too long? Indeed, indeed. Please don't have something to charge. Oh, looks like both of us were taking too long. God damn. Carol's... It's not even music, just Carol's audio sting is so fucking good. Alright, fine. Set my sands to make sure you can't kill me. Knock on wood. Please just don't summon anything with haste. Please just don't summon anything with haste. Damn. Okay then. Damn, okay then, you just got all my cards, huh? But hey. Wouldn't it be funny if you didn't, though? Did you forget I had your papyrus? Yeah. Yeah, I did. But you can't leave me yet. You're addicted. You're an Ultra Pidge Ultra Stan. Well, thanks, I guess. Big Bob? Looks fun, yeah. Your favorite Undertale character. But hey. Wouldn't it be funny if it was your chance to be a big shot, be a big shot? And if you were taking too long? And if organic now has to attack? Wouldn't that be funny? Huh? Wouldn't that be funny? Wouldn't that be funny? Huh? Holy shit. You crazy son of a bitch! You crazy son of a bitch! You crazy son of a bitch! You managed to use free Chromer to your advantage! How do you... How... I fell for it? Okay, I did not fall for anything. You did not, like, you may have laid a trap, but falling for it implies that I had any way of knowing that there was a trap there. You did, though. I was obviously just holding my cards for a while. I guess? I don't know. I summon Royal Papyrus. Yes. What are you gonna do? What are you gonna fucking do? It is done now, motherfucker. It is done. Motherfucker. GG, Kris. That was a really fucking good game. That was so close. Shane, you're still here. Hell yeah. I'm a determination player, so I survived despite all evidence pointing to the contrary. When will I return to YouTube? I don't know, honestly. Like, here's the thing. I want to just say when the policies are over, but I don't know for sure that that's true. First of all, I don't know for sure they will. Like, I don't know for sure that that will ever happen. Isn't it only UK-based? The policies? No. The original rules set in place that made the policies start are UK-based, but the policies themselves are going to be in effect all over. Or, actually, no, I think they're only gonna be in the US. Holy shit! Wonder why people aren't talking about this. We prepared. Yeah, genuinely, the cynical part of me, which is not all of me, but unfortunately is a large part of me, thinks that a lot of why the big creators aren't talking about it is, frankly, because it's their livelihood, and they can't afford to lose that, even when what's going on is truly heinous. Thanks for all the HP, Kris. Holy crap. All of your monsters have taunt. Oh my gods. You have 7 health left and I can't reach it. Love having 4 taunt monsters. Yeah, I bet you do. Oh my gods. They have 7 health. They have 7 health, but all their monsters have taunt. So, they have so little health left, but I can't touch it. Sharpshooter's peak. Yeah, wow. I saw it and just assumed after this attack and kills a monster, it's gonna. Damn. But when I first saw Sharpshoot, I just assumed that its primary purpose was gonna be for the purpose of all these new cards that revolve around Wanted. Bro, you can just kill me, it's okay. Pidge, please let this be a map-at moment and come back in 1 to 2 weeks. God, I want to. Genuinely. I fucked up and immediately fixed my mistake. Good for you. Yeah, so, Shane, I want to come back in 1 to 2 weeks, but I will come back once the policies are done. Once YouTube ends those stupid fucking policies, then I'll be back. What? What the hell? Paris is considered the best legendary card in the game. Huh. What? Oh, overdrawing makes you take damage now? I did not know that! That makes sense. That is a good decision. I did not know it. When you draw 0 cards, you take more damage. Skills from 1 to 2 to 3. Huh. Yeah, no, that's a good decision. I just didn't know that that was a thing, because I remember one time decking out and being like, oh, so even decking out didn't kill me. I'm still in this game until my opponent decides to be nice and end it. Alright. Kris, Shane, if you're still here, anyone else still here for some reason? Yeah, that was fun, Kris. Thanks for the match. And anyone still watching, thank you so much for tuning in. Whether you first showed up on this stream, or you first... It's too bad we're not going to be doing this for months. Yeah, seriously. Well, I mean, you're in the Discord, so we can at least duel each other, even if there's not going to be... Even if I'm not going to be streaming. But yeah, anyone still watching, whether you first showed up on this stream, or you first showed up while I was playing Deltarune, or you first showed up, or in the case of Banana, you first showed up years ago. Or you first showed up like 2 years ago while I was playing FNAF. No matter how long you've been here, thank you so much for watching. Honestly, these streams are so much fun. Like, I miss making videos, I do, but these streams have been so enjoyable. I feel like this is a creative outlet, and also, it's just been a fun chance to hang out with a bunch of cool people in my chat while I'm playing cool games. Anyways, I've decided to work on a game in the most odd programming system I could find. I've decided on Scratch. Huh. That makes you the 3rd person I've had in chat to make a game in Scratch. But yeah, so... Kris, Shane, anyone else still here? Thank you for watching. These streams have always been so much fun. Genuinely, like, even at the start of summer when I had no idea how to do, when I had no idea how to use my time, and I was just in a general malaise, so bored a lot of the time, kind of going stir-crazy, these streams were always something that I could look forward to and be like, yeah, at the end of the day today, I'm gonna be streaming, and that is gonna be a lot of fun. And it has been a lot of fun. These streams have always been so much fun, and I really am gonna miss this when I'm in college. And again, I don't know how long YouTube's policies will last. I'm genuinely prepared to never watch another video on YouTube if I have to. I'd rather not, but I am prepared to if I have to. So it's possible that when I stream, I hope that when I stream again, it'll be on YouTube, because that'll mean that the AI age verification policies have been repealed. I hope that'll be the case. But I'm prepared to, but whether the next time I stream will be on Twitch or on YouTube, whether the next time I stream will be in December or January or June when it's summer break. Pidge go to college, Pidge stubby many things. Indeed, indeed. So, yeah, and when I'm back from college, I can't wait to come back to streaming. It's always such a blast, and I really am gonna miss it. I'm gonna miss y'all, but, like, I'm gonna see most of you, Banana, other than Banana, I'm gonna see all of my regular chatters in Discord. So I am gonna miss y'all, but I'm gonna miss streaming with you. I'm gonna miss streaming, because streaming is just a ton of fun. And I'm gonna miss it. But until then, it's gonna be a while. I don't know how long it'll be, but however long it is. Until next time, stay ultra, and peace out. Good night. I'm with you in the dark.